Ready when you are, Mayor Crimes.
Okay, I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council for Wednesday, December 13, 2023 at 6:01. And if the clerk would please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hensy?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
Mayor Krantz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
Great. And if you'd all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I am starting the meeting tonight over here to issue a proclamation to the Encinitas Poet Laureate. And if I could have Kevin and the Duggar family come up, all of you, that would be great. We're here to honor a creative here from our city. Go ahead, stand up here. And her name is Trish Duggar, and she is one of the greatest poets that Walt Whitman referred to in the writings that he had. Common folk, spent the last 70 years here in Encinitas and raised a family, kids, grandkids, great-grandkids. And for me, my love of poetry makes me especially appreciate the contributions that she's made in writing. And I will also add that this is an honor that is not a first. She was honored with being the Poet Laureate back in 2005. You'll see a picture on the screen in a little bit that will show her with the council in 2005 receiving the same honor. But as she is in the twilight of her life, I thought it was appropriate that we once again acknowledge the contributions that she's made to the literary arts here in our city. And so what I thought I'd do, first of all, I'm fortunate to have a beautiful book, thanks to Mimi, who put this together, her granddaughter. And I would like to start with a poem that tells you a little bit about her character. And it is from this particular edition of the book is from 1948 to 2019. And it's a wonderful book. You can see that her writing style included little creative typography, etc. But it's a huge collection. Clearly she was very like my 4 kids who grew up in this old house. The shrubs, gnarled branches, twisted and tangled, are gone, like my 4 kids. But the kids didn't disappear into a buzzing wood chipper. Though I confess, in times of stress, I used to wish, well, and that's how it closes. So Trish clearly had a sense of humor. I saw her perform at many of thoughts and perspectives through artistic narratives. And whereas a poet laureate is a symbol of how artistic and literary expression are at the heart of our community and shared experiences, an honored position that represents the collective voice of our writers, poets, and greater community. And whereas Patricia Duggar, affectionately known as Trish the Dish, entered this world in the vibrant city of Chicago in 1929. Her roots took hold in Oak Park, Illinois, where she grew alongside her dear sister Gail and her brother Bill. And whereas embarking on her journey, Trish met her love, Tyree Grant Duggar, after 2 years of college and moved to Cardiff by the Sea, California, where she has lived for 70 years. Here she lovingly nurtured a family consisting of 1 daughter and 3 sons, 6 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. And whereas Trish Duggar is a founding member of Encinitas Full Moon Poets and has demonstrated exceptional talent, profound passion, and the ability to capture the essence of our community while bridging the generations through the art of poetry and garnering the respect and admiration of the greater community, whether performing at a La Paloma Poetry Slam or reading a new creation to a friend over the phone. And whereas it is the desire of the city of Encinitas to honor and recognize Trish Duggar for bringing the significance of poetry to our community and to encourage residents to embrace this opportunity to celebrate the literary arts locally. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Tony Kranz, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all of City Council members, do hereby proclaim and appoint Trish Duggar as Poet Laureate for the City of Encinitas, dated this 13th day of December, 2023. Maybe you want to say a few words?
Sure. Once the poetry slams and getting up and speaking to groups, and she loved to perform, and she actually took on a poet medium persona when she was saying her poems. And the amazing thing was she never really needed to read them. I mean, she had them memorized, and that was amazing in itself. But she loved to hear them, and that's one of the things I love about her the most, that whenever I would see her, which was pretty much every day, she'd have a new poem. And she'd say, Kevin, I'd like you to read this. And I go, okay, Mom, I'll read it. And I'd start to read it, and she goes, out loud. And anyway, it was pretty fun. And so I got to perform them for her. And it's just amazing that she's gone this long, and she's not really writing any poetry right now. She's kind of in a relaxed state that she's been in hospice for the last year. Anyway.
Yeah, am I supposed to say something? I just grew up really proud of her. I would take her to my schools and have her perform, and I would always have to tell her back, even in second grade and fifth grade, don't do the poems with the cuss words or anything inappropriate. So I really had to tone her down, because that's just who she is. She's really fun. She never holds back, and she really is like the light of our whole family. So I'm sure she wishes she could be here. She loves being celebrated and talking in front of people, obviously. So yeah, we're just doing it in honor of her.
Oh, just a quick thing. My name's David, and Mimi here made that book, and it was a surprise to my mom on her 90th birthday, and she couldn't believe it when she saw that book. And Mimi did it from her computer, all in secret, because she had to get it all down. Anyway.
So let's take a picture, and then I'll close with a poem. The second edition, showing 2019 to 2022. And it's the first one when I open the book on page 3, and it's got a beautiful picture of 2 young children here. And it's for Gail, who is Trish's sister. And it says, holding her hand as she slips into the deep mystery, as her heartbeat slows to peaceful passage beyond pain. All I know for sure is that when I go, her light will show me the way. And she'll have left behind a lot of good work and we appreciate the family that she has raised here in Encinitas. So thank you very much. And in the new year, we'll be bringing an agenda item that looks at a more formal poet laureate program, which will include juried work and a stipend for the poet laureate and a one-year term, so to speak. So looking forward to that, because we do indeed have many creative people in our community in the writing world. So with that, we move now to item 4B, which is a presentation of a quarterly sheriff's update. Captain Lawrence will provide that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and community. Again, Chris Lawrence, Captain of the North Coastal Sheriff's Station. This will be our quarterly update, the last one for the year. So I'm not only basing the quarterly stats since we talked in August last, but we're going to focus as this is a culmination of 2023. So we'll jump right in. So we're going to start with crimes against persons. So far this year, we've had 389 crimes against persons as compared to 388 in the year 2022 to date. So the same December 13th, we're one more than we were last year where we were this time 2022. So that accounts for a 0.3 increase. Now the way crimes against persons are broken down, it's general assaults, sexual offenses, and then into offenses that are related to domestic violence. So assault offenses where parties were unknown to each other, we had a 4% decrease in that this year. Our increase, and again, just one so far by last year, is in large part, unfortunately, due to our domestic type incidents. Last year we had 18%, and this year it rose to 26% of assaults being related to domestic violence. We have partnered since One Safe Place in San Marcos opened, the DA's office Family Justice Center. So we were utilizing the resources they have there for counseling, for other services as well. We direct both parties that are involved in these to those free resources, and hopefully next year we'll see a reduction that I can report. And you'll see at the bottom there's a graph there related to how many of these crimes occurred during the year. August, we see a spike in the crimes against persons, and it goes through October and a dip below the average into November. So a lot of stress on families and other things that are happening within the community related to events in the downtown area and things like that that accounted for assaults this year. With that, I brought to you one of our impact meetings over the summer, impact projects, was to reduce the amount of assaults in the downtown area, and you'll see the line graph below. 2022 was blue, 2023 is in orange. During the summer months when it's most busy in that area, we were able to reduce the amount of assaults, and those are generally from parties that are unknown to each other. Many are alcohol related, coming from the restaurants or the bars. Due to a large presence that we have during the summer, whether it's foot patrol, bike patrol, or extra patrol on vehicles, we were able to reduce the amount of assaults downtown, making it a safe, happy place for people to visit. Not only is it frequented by our own residents, but many people come from afar to visit the downtown Encinitas areas due to its diverse culinary and nightlife areas. So happy to report that. As we go into the new year and what played out the rest of the year, our strategies to reduce those crimes downtown were, again, high visibility. We did operations with alcohol and beverage control, not only in uniform, but also undercover operations to target areas that may be over-serving. or areas that other complaints were coming from related to narcotics or other offenses, and we had great success. And again, we're able to reduce the amount of the overall incidents in that area. Crimes against property is where we really excelled this year so far. Our overall property crime has decreased 17% over where we were this time last year, which is not a small feat to have double-digit reductions. You'll see there our burglary offenses were decreased 31% over last year, vehicle theft 26%, theft from vehicles, so this is when people are breaking into cars, either locked or unlocked, it was a 36% decrease. Our catalytic converter thefts decreased 45%, and that's very significant for our drivers out there, as where one of these incidents costs them anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 to replace, and takes time out of their work day or other activities that they have, so it greatly affects individuals. One thing that did see an increase, and I wanted to highlight, was our robberies, and this is more than half of the robberies that we experienced this year were related to shoplifting gone bad. And when I say that, so there's a case from long ago called Estes, and in the event that a loss prevention person tries to interrupt someone who is shoplifting and that there is any type of scuffle over the property that's being taken, whether there's injury or not, whether there's a weapon or not, and in most of these cases, no weapons, no injuries, becomes a robbery from just a mere shoplifting, and it's called an Estes robbery. So that's where many of our robberies were, again, experienced this year, is because of those shoplifting events gone bad. You'll see we highlighted the catalytic converter theft, since that affected much of this region, not only the North County, but the entire region. And we had great success collaborating with all the other agencies, not only in San Diego, but Orange and LA. There were significant arrests and dismantling of organized crime syndicates that were able to recover millions of dollars, not only in the proceeds from them, but some of the catalytic converters themselves that had been stolen. And as a result of those, you can see that through the rest of the year, the most we had in any month was 2, which is far surpasses where we were last year for those type of results. And again, strategies that we've had, we noticed, you'll see in the next slide, related to shoplifting. In August, we started making that our impact project, knowing that the holidays were coming and that our retail centers would be targeted. So we have a heavy focus in our retail centers with holiday watch operations, so not only uniformed operations, but undercover. Where again, we're targeting the retail centers such as Target, Walmart, and Home Depot, and then areas downtown as well, to reduce the amount of crime that we're seeing in those areas. The catalytic converters I've already gone over. The use of LPRs and drones through our holiday watch, and specifically I want to touch on the LPRs. Just thank you for that initiative that you allowed us to place those LPRs around the city. And then with partnering Solana Beach and Del Mar as well, we've had significant impacts as it relates to property crime, and that's in large part due to the LPRs. We have numerous success stories of not only stolen vehicles being recovered, but being able to use that information to solve these series-related crimes. When I brought the LPR program forward to you, I highlighted how much of our crime is transitory in nature, and I'm not referring to our unhoused, I'm referring to people that live in Orange County, LA County, or even East County of San Diego that come to this area to focus on committing crimes here because the nice things that the affluent neighborhoods have here. And we've been able to, again, dismantle some of these organizations, whether it's a group of 2 to 3 people or upwards of 5 to 6, that target this area and others. Great success. And since we're using Flock and the information sharing that other agencies are giving us, the network that's being built across the county is not only helping our region, but cities like San Diego, El Cajon, National City, other cities that have also signed with Flock. We're really creating a safety net for our citizens for property crime, but also violent crime. And related to violent crime, we were able to really deter a scary situation with the use of the LPR cameras, we had an individual who was in Encinitas and was wanted in 4 different states for rapes, very violent rapes on strangers. And that person's license plate came across one of our cameras, and our fugitive task force was notified, and they were able to apprehend him in a short time before he was able to commit any crimes here, and was extradited on the warrants that he was already wanted on. So we're having great success. And so, again, I wanted to thank you for that program that we're able to put in place. So jumping over into the larceny theft, like I had mentioned, so we have seen an increase overall in that specific subcategory of larceny theft, and that large majority of that is shoplifting. Many news agencies and law enforcement agencies have been indicating that organized retail theft is on the rise. It's one of the largest money-making schemes of criminals right now. It's very safe for them to conduct this type of behavior, and the state of California has realized the impact that it's having. There was a large grant that was awarded recently to many agencies throughout the state for millions of dollars, and not only in infrastructure with security and license plate reading programs to assist us in connecting the dots of where these groups are operating, but also in extra patrol and holiday watch details. And so many of the agencies in this region are taking advantage of that, and we should see that we should be able to continue to reduce the impact that it has on our area. As a matter of fact, we conducted a holiday watch operation today. We're doing at least one a week, whether it's either our detective unit or the cops unit, diverting them from their normal duties and focusing on, again, this holiday watch. You can see on the chart that during the summer months, it did spike, the shoplifting. We were able to reduce it a little bit in September. It spiked again in October, and November it took a really good dive, and we're hoping that throughout December, especially as the Christmas shopping is ramped up, we're able to keep it suppressed as much as possible. So just a reminder to everyone, please leave your gifts that you're purchasing in the trunk, out of view of clear windows, lock your doors, bring the goodies in at night to where it's safe in your home, and while you're at it, lock your home as well. One thing you'll see on there is a term called wallet snatch or purse snatching. So also in California, specifically Los Angeles and down for our regions, we have noticed. You heard me speak previously about the South American theft group, or at least that group of individuals, many individuals. That was the loose term that we were able to use for them. We're focusing on residential burglaries. Well, it seemed that they had shifted their focus onto taking wallets out of purses while they're unattended in shopping carts. The shopper is either distracted by an individual, or it's just simply left while they're searching down the aisle, and a person will simply walk by and observe that it's in an open purse, and it's an easy pick and go. So we've been having our crime prevention team as well as our cops team out at those retail centers with booths, just trying to educate the shoppers as they go in. We're working with those retail establishments to educate the shoppers while they're in, just not to leave their things unattended. And if any theft is noticed, to please cancel your cards immediately, because these groups work quickly to purchase gift cards that are hard to track or impossible to track, and often, again, they're individuals who are not from our region, so it's very difficult to identify them. So just a note to everyone in the audience, share with your friends. Please be careful while you're shopping this holiday season. And again, holidays also bring package theft. Thankfully, so far, we haven't seen a whole lot of that. I think many residents are very aware, and their awareness is heightened during this holiday season. But please bring in your packages, or if you're not going to be home when one is going to be delivered, please have your neighbors bring it in for you, or a friend. Onto our homeless outreach. Our deputies initiated 525 self-initiated activities this year in our parks and beaches. So that's extra patrol, that's foot patrols to make sure that our parks and beaches are safe for the residents here, as safe as they can be. We can't be everywhere at once, but we try to be there as often as we can. Our cops deputies conducted 19 special details in our parks and beaches, so that's typically the whole team gets together and we're either doing foot patrol sweeps through the parks or we're doing bicycle operations throughout the parks on the e-bikes that we have, which have been another successful program and allow us to get places quickly and stealthily when needed. The graph that you see in there, or the table that you see, that is from the My Encinitas reporting app, so it gives you year-to-date how many and what type of calls are coming in related to the unhoused, and a deputy is following up on them with our homeless solutions manager and his team as well. So it's a very effective application. We're able to respond to those as quick as we can. If the HOPE team itself, our COPS team, is not working, we've set it up so that it gets forwarded to the on-duty patrol sergeant and it's forwarded to a deputy whose beat that is, and it will go in the queue with all the other calls for service, and we're making sure that those calls are being responded to 24/7. So it's not just a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 type of a situation. And our strategies we'll continue to move forward with are collaborating with HOPE. It's a great partnership, and we look forward to some of the new things that will come in 2024. Again, we'll continue our operations targeting the parks and our beach areas. The safe parking lot program that was started here is expanding to Vista. Vista's starting their own as well, so it's already in operation. So we're able to refer individuals that live in that part of the county or did live in that part of the county to that area to utilize those resources as well. We're upping our parking enforcement, mainly at night, where we get cars that are parked in areas where they shouldn't be during particular hours. And again, those are calls for service depending. We don't have necessarily someone who is specifically assigned to parking enforcement, but it's a collateral duty for when we are available. And then we're looking forward to the future navigation center as that is all ironed out and the agreements are made that we can get some individuals the help they need and they have a spot for that close by. This slide has a lot of information, so I'm going to leave it up for a little while, but e-bike safety was one of our large and main priorities for this year. Unfortunately, this year we not only had the death of the young man Brody, but we had another one in September. It was a 68-year-old gentleman who was riding without a helmet. He lost control and crashed by himself, struck his head on a curb and died several weeks later after that collision, but it was a result of the collision and riding an e-bike. So a reminder to everyone, doesn't matter your age or your skill level, let's please wear a helmet out there. However, we have been able to cut the accidents in half so far. In 2022, we had 44 e-bike accidents, collisions, and this year we're at half, at 22. Our manual bikes did go up. Those are typically your road bikers that you're going to see out there, and many of those accidents and collisions, are related to when vehicles are parked along the side of the road and a door opens and a bike collides with it. That's often what we're facing in those, and that's typically along the 101 corridor in neighborhoods. You'll see the citations on the bottom. So far this year, I chose to highlight 3 specific sections. There's other sections that we're issuing citations for related to bicycle riding, but these 3, 2 being the municipal code and the third is the helmet violation under the vehicle code. All 3 of those allow us the diversion program that you were able to put in place. We thank you for that. That's had great success. As you can see, 93 citations have been issued, but more importantly, we relate it back to the number that you see for collisions on e-bikes, being able to cut it in half. So obviously the education is working that's going on in the schools and with the Bike Coalition's partnership. So hopefully next year we can cut it in half again and have a 0 in the death tally. This slide relates to just the general activity in Encinitas as a whole, and then something I wanted to touch on that I did in August as well as our DUI-related incidents. So you'll see 2022 and 2023 year totals, calls for service. This year so far, it's about a 700 call reduction from last year, which is significant. Our deputy-initiated activity is About 500 less, and that has to do with some injuries to deputies, less deputies being out there at particular times, but rest assured, all of your contract positions are full. So we do have a deputy in each of your positions, and we are not in the state that partners to our south, like San Diego PD, are in, where they have 400 officers that they're down. We are down deputies, but not as many as them, and our mandatory overtime that we've been under for a year and a half has helped to fill the gaps where they are. You can see the arrest totals, 945 last year compared to 866 this year. That may seem, why less arrests this year? Well, when we're relating it to a 17% reduction in crime, maybe there's less criminals to arrest. And then I'll jump over into the DUI related incidents. So last year, and this is for December 6th, we had 78 DUI arrests and 63 collisions. 63 collisions is a lot, and we wanted to bring that down this year. So our focus started in June with upping our DUI enforcement. We did several checkpoints. We started doing, utilizing a grant from the Office of Traffic Safety for DUI saturation patrols. We brought back something that was pre-COVID called Know Your Limits. We had deputies out in the downtown area plainclothes so that they are more approachable to the public with PAS devices, so the public could walk up, have an exchange with the deputies, and see what their blood alcohol content was without any repercussions while they were walking along the sidewalk, just to give the community a gauge of how you're feeling related to where you stand with the law as it is to a DUI violation. So we contacted several hundred people this year related to, during those Know Your Limits campaigns, and we're able to educate the public greatly. So with the increased enforcement, you can see that we're at 162 DUI arrests, which is a lot. It's twice as many as last year. I was hoping to bring down the collision rate with that many arrests, but as you see, we have about a third more collisions than we do last year. So that's something we're going to focus on next year. I hope that the Public Health and Safety Commission can help me out with getting the word out there, education and awareness related to DUIs. It's a significant risk that it poses to the community, and this is decisions that people are making before they get in the car, and so we'd like to help them and remind them to make a better decision before they get behind the wheel as we go into 2024.
Question on that particular issue. Is the department identifying last known establishment that served these drunkies?
You posed that question to me last time, and this time I'm ready.
Okay.
So yes. So related to our collisions, and granted, not everyone tells us where they came from, nor are they required to, and nor are we going to pry it out of them. So the best that we can during our conversation, we ask every single individual where they came from, and we hope for an honest answer. So again, related to the collisions alone, and then I'll go into the arrests. So collisions alone, it was from 2% were from a local bar. 1% were from a local business, so that's a 7-Eleven, a convenience store, something like that. 15% were from local restaurants. 5% were from residences, whether it was their own residence or a party that they were coming from. And 77% didn't tell us anything. So now related to the arrests, 6% were from local bars. 2% were from bars outside of our cities. 3% were from local businesses. 6% were from a residence. 11% were from local restaurants, and 72% chose not to tell us. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome. So as we jump into 2024, again, our focuses are going to be on homeless outreach. It's a problem that's not going away, and we're continuing to leverage resources and hope the state, the federal government, and the county can give us more tools to really make an impact and make the communities safer, cleaner for everyone. We're going to continue our DUI enforcement and education related thereof to really reduce that, at least the number of collisions. If you're driving under the influence, let it be a warning. we're looking for you, we're gonna catch you, and the reason that is we want to catch you before you're in a collision and seriously hurt somebody. So we're also going to continue our e-bike enforcement and education as it goes into the summer months, and school is out in a few months here, warmer weather when there's more e-bikes on the road. And then something I wanted to touch on, which is called the Safe Cities Project, and I'll just take a couple more minutes here to describe that. This is a pilot program that started in Lemon Grove. 2 other cities have also adopted it now, the cities of Poway and Santee. And this allows us to partner with local businesses, other government agencies, and residents who are willing to share 2 types of data with us. And the first is registering with this program to let us know where your cameras are that you're willing to share the footage with us related to when a crime occurs. It puts a icon on the map and shows our detectives and other investigators post-crime where the cameras are, where it's an automated system where a detective doesn't have to take time to drive out into the field, knock on doors where someone may not be home, leave business cards with numbers that we may never get a return call. We're able to send a message through the system to the camera owner and say, there was a crime that occurred, this is the information we're looking for, this is the time frame. If you're willing to look through your camera and send us that footage, here's a link that you can send that information. So that's one side of this program. The other side of the program is for those, and it's usually commercial entities and other government entities that would allow us to have live feed footage of their video cameras. And where this goes, bless you. And what this looks forward to is, it's not a secret that it's been very difficult to hire law enforcement officers nationwide, and we're looking for ways to technology to be force multipliers and make law enforcement more effective and more efficient. And we're looking towards making real-time crime centers, whether it's a county-wide thing or if it's a station-level type entity for the sheriff's department and the police departments. It would allow our deputies live footage to the areas that they're responding so that they don't just have to rely on the layperson calling in the emergency. They're able to see firsthand what they're driving into, what they're responding to, and respond more efficiently and effectively. Some calls, the way they come out, they appear like they need more deputies than they actually do, but if our deputies are able to see what's actually going on, we can real-time alter the amount of resources that are going, or conversely, something that sounds benign is actually something much more serious and we need to divert additional resources. So that's something that we're going to be working with the community, the council, and staff as we go forward. This is a no cost to the city program, so I won't be asking for any money or anything like that. And that takes us to the end. I'm ready for questions.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Captain Lawrence. I always look forward to these briefings you give us because I think the community really benefits from being informed. And also, I am pleased to see you've made some great progress in very specific areas that are very important to the public. And I know you're continuing to put your best effort forward to continue to improve. I just did have one question that caught my attention because I've not had the opportunity to ask you before, but how does our law enforcement use drones? You mentioned LPRs and drones, but is there a program that will describe how you use drones?
Absolutely. So we have a very strict policy regarding the use of drones. It's just not willy-nilly, to use the lack of a better term, that we just launch them and we're surveilling people. So these are usually in relation to either a surveillance operation for a known offender related to a search warrant or another special operation, or it's in the use of an emergency situation like a lost child or the culmination of a vehicle pursuit or a foot pursuit where we have lost sight of the person and we're able to use the drone as our eyes in the sky to locate that individual. This year, I was able to purchase a drone that is equipped with FLIR technology, and the main focus of that was for rescue in the unfortunate event of potential cliff collapses or other things that we have to worry about here as natural disasters. Because we're on the coast, our helicopter program, Astria, cannot always make it here because of the weather, but you can fly a drone in almost any weather. And so it's a way that we have an aerial asset without having to rely on the helicopter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you, Captain Lawrence. I want to say that I'm so pleased with your service to the city. You're so visible and accessible, and I find your strategies to be very creative, and you come up with solutions that we haven't thought of ourselves. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Something that was well received was during the back-to-school season, you had extra enforcement around schools to make sure driver behavior was as it should be when children are commuting. And I've had the request from several schools in my district to do that again when they return to school in January. So I hope that we can plan that in advance and have a presence near schools and make sure that we're giving that reminder.
Absolutely. That's a great point you bring up. We have already been talking with many of those school administrators as well and trying to divvy up the resources that we have to get the most coverage out there.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, again, I appreciate seeing the results and the data. I'm going to ask the other side of the question, and I think I've asked it before. The mandatory overtime, you're continuing that policy. Is that because are you fully staffed or, and haven't used mandatory, or sorry, are you fully staffed or are you not fully staffed and haven't used mandatory overtime to make up the difference?
So your city contract positions are fully staffed. Where we find the most vacancies is in our detention facilities. So much of the overtime, well, not all of it, but some of the overtime that we're requiring of deputies is to fill the gaps that are in our detention facilities.
So it's a countywide issue more
Correct.
than right now for us. Okay, cool. And the license plate readers, remind me, how many does Encinitas have deployed versus like Carlsbad? And will you be looking at, we're coming up on budget time, should we be looking forward to requests for more? Because I thought it was kind of a trial, smaller program when we started.
I'm glad you bring that up. Currently, Encinitas has 7. It was a pilot project just to see how successful they would be. We chose some areas that related to the South American theft group. So there's some in Northeast Encinitas. We have some right in the heart of Encinitas along Encinitas Boulevard. You asked for totals for other cities nearby. Carlsbad has 124.
Okay.
So yes, you are one of the council people who usually ask how you can help us and support us. That is something that I would like to increase that program with your permission. That's something that I can bring to council later, and again, as we get closer to the fiscal, just so you know what that impact would be. But I would love to have more of the city covered so that we can provide that much more protection for our residents. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, and I appreciated the way you described our downtown. It is, there's a lot of activity, and people very much enjoy that. You can tell when you're down there, and it's appreciated. I think that the key is nothing good happens after midnight. And I think that we're getting back towards that situation where there are a fairly small number of alcohol-serving establishments that are operating late at night. And it seems like that attracts young people from outside our community as well as the locals. But I've heard some anecdotal descriptions of behaviors that we definitely want to do our best to curtail. So it sounds from this presentation like it's definitely on your radar, and I just want to encourage you to do everything you can to rein in that behavior that is not only dangerous but unpleasant for most people anywhere near it. So I appreciate that a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I see no other questions, so with that, I appreciate the presentation, and we'll see you probably sooner, but at least at the next quarterly update.
Excellent. Thank you again.
All right, so that brings us to oral communication.
Yes, Mayor, we do have 9. And just a reminder, oral communications is to speak on items that are not listed on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The first 3 speakers, Geraldine Kessler, Chris Frederick, followed by Michael George.
Okay.
You like- Can't do anything with that. Just that. What is this? Is it on?
Sorry. I would like to speak about the potential density bonus project on Melba Road that is slated to take 175 mature trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo 3 beautiful historical homes built in 1938 and another home built in the 80s. We just learned from the Mobility Commission that it is an estimated to generate 260 new daily trips. Here's the latest on the developer and owner, Torrey Crest. He continues to ask the surrounding neighbors how to make this project better, then argues and defends what he puts out there. All the senior citizens and neighbors are frustrated as we continue to take the time and make thoughtful changes like asked. We sent him this list in March 2021, by the way, and this was all ignored. These meetings are stressful, and they have only served as wasting our time and energy and sucking the life force out of us. The developer and owner have stated he will try to make the development aesthetically pleasing from the private road, but appears to be doing the opposite and has no regard for the longtime tax-paying senior citizens, residents who border this property. This has been extremely stressful for the neighborhood for 3 years now, which has always existed peacefully. Cumulative effects on all fronts are being ignored. Traffic, congestion, runoff, loss of habitat for our dwindling wildlife are piling on each density bonus project. No one seems to be evaluating or factoring in the mass snowball of a problem being created forced with the rapid development, with no requirements for infrastructure or preservation of our wildlife corridors or rare coastal sage habitat, no matter how small these spaces are, necessary for the wildlife and human survival. Preservation mandate is necessary. If we don't make the rules on preservation now, there is no getting any of it back, and our tragic fate is sealed just as another soulless, lifeless, miserable, crowded, paved over city like the others up the coast. Please help the community acquire this property with soft green infrastructure funding, or bond, or community funding. It has the potential to be an outdoor teaching STEM lab for the area schools and the overcrowded Oakcrest Middle School, or an annex to the Botanical Gardens, or a park-like open space similar to San Diego Park and Solana Beach. Please do not pass up on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Little, if any, work would have to be done. Unlike the property, it could be kept as is, unlike the heavy lifting of the Pacific View project to get that launched. I want to also let you know that restoration of the Oceanal Canyon is an amazing project that the community has embraced, and I feel this would be the same. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm here tonight to say thank you. My name is Chris Frederick from the Switchfoot Broheim Foundation. And on behalf of our founders, John, Tim, Chad, Jerome, and others on our team. We're just here with an update for the BROAM that occurred earlier this year in June that has been partially funded by the Encinitas Community Grant, as well as other revenue sources. Make sure I do this justice and check in my notes here. So the BROAM, our mission with the BROAM is to help at-risk and disadvantaged kids with resources and experiences that empower them to live sustainable lives through the beneficiary charities that we support and the platforms that are fortunately at our disposal. I am here on behalf of all of us to express our sincere gratitude for the partnership that we have with the city in general. We couldn't ask for more creativity, advocacy, availability with the departments that we work with to put on these events and plan accordingly. We try to plan as far ahead as we can. We're very fortunate that this event not only benefits so many children in the community, but it also has a great economic impact on the city itself. People come locally, people come regionally, people come from other states and even other countries abroad every year. And I think that's thanks very much to the community and the synergy that we have that is the partnership with the city as well for as long as we've held this at Moonlight Beach. So we're very grateful for that. I thought I'd give you some updates on how the foundation is doing. This year was our 19th year, so we're really excited because next year's the 20th. And this year we raised over $150,000 for children with 5 beneficiaries that we have currently. They're all children's charities. They all benefit at-risk and disadvantaged kids in the community, like I mentioned. We passed another milestone that was $2.5 million in 19 years, and that is after putting on the event. This was my first year as foundation director, but I've been around the event for about a decade, so I'm aware that it's, of the 11 years I've been in Encinitas, a long time institution here, and I think really a quintessential event in the community that represents who we are in this community and who we understand we're here to serve and have a responsibility to take care of. So we're very grateful for that. I wanted to share some quantifiables for how far those dollars go, but I don't think I'll have time. So I just want to express again the thanks, let you know that we are also always open to ways to continue to elevate that partnership, and we'll look forward to those conversations with the various departments this year. So thank you again very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael George, followed by Ed Weber, and then Raul Villamar.
We ready? Okay. Good evening. Michael George, reside at 1703 Gascony Road, Encinitas. Beautiful Encinitas. First thing I wrote everything down because I'm getting to that age where I forget things. First thing I'd like to say to the council and staff is happy holidays. Second thing I'd like to say is thank you for your service to our community. I, and I'm sure everybody that's part of the community appreciates that service. Now, I'm usually here to harangue you about items for which I don't agree with you, or I want to make you aware of things that you don't know about. But tonight I have a different mission. Okay, so the mission tonight is to say thank you. I've had an issue with the Oakcrest Park men's bathroom for more than 2 years. I finally made contact with Matt McKinnon, Director of Public Works. And within 2 weeks, the problem was solved. I was amazed. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon, for your prompt attention to this issue. I'm not going to go into the details, okay, because I don't want to get anybody upset. I think when our staff works diligently to resolve problems, they should be recognized for this effort, and I hope you'll give a compliment to Mr. McKinnon for that. I learned something from Mr. McKinnon about Oakcrest Park that I didn't know. It was originally a county park, which was taken over when Encinitas was incorporated. The bathrooms were placed there as one complete unit, put in place by a crane This sounds bizarre to me, but that's what I was told. They are the original cinder block structure. So I don't know when we were incorporated, but you guys do. So that's how old this thing is. Mr. McKinnon also explained that he was in the process of doing complete public work assessment for our community. I applaud this. I think it is a thoughtful way to approach what needs to be done to maintain our community. I believe in planning, even at my age. It is much better than reacting to situations and a lot less costly. Maybe even upgrade the bathrooms in Oakcrest Park. That might even be in the works. Thank you for listening to me, and again, happy holidays.
Thank you very much for making the trip.
Is it okay if I speak from over here? Because I've got quite a few things I want to hand him and show you.
Why don't you come up here? You tell me again what?
My name is Ed Weber.
No, but I mean, you got,
Well, I have 4 items I want him to put on the overhead.
okay, so
and then-
go ahead and give them all 4
Okay.
and give them in the order that you want them displayed, and then you turn to him and say, next one, please.
Okay. Yeah. So again, my name is Ed Weber, and I live at Coast Point condominium complex that's on, it borders Orpheus Park on Orpheus Avenue. And Coast Point was constructed in 1987, and my mom and dad were original owners there, and they owned that condo for many, many years. My wife and I, we purchased the condominium from them 9 years ago, we purchased it. My father, and both my mother and my father, and now currently I am the HOA president at that establishment. And my dad told me, gosh, it must have been close to 30 years ago, he told me that when the condominiums were built, there is an agreement written to the city, with the city, that when the park went in, the development went in 1987, but the park was constructed in 1990. And at that time, it was just dirt. And I guess the city was trying to decide if they were going to develop that or make a park. And I guess there was an uprising with the community, and they said, we don't want any more building. We would like a park, a neighborhood park. So when it was constructed, the agreement went in when they started landscaping that the plants would never block our ocean view, okay? And you probably remember the history of this years and years ago where a gentleman, they were gonna take a tree down and the gentleman camped up in the tree for weeks and weeks.
That would be Drew, right? Yes.
Yes, okay. So that's when this was made in 1990, not when Drew did it, but the original agreement. If you could turn to the part that I highlighted that's under the heading of landscape, right there, it says, approval of this request shall not waive compliance with any sections of the zoning code and all other, oh, I'm sorry, you have it on the wrong side. That's showing through with the Sharpie, I'm sorry. You have to flip it. This is the agreement that I'd like to focus on, is this. Because of time, I don't know if I should read it all, but if you look down at the bottom, it says, all landscaping shall be maintained in a manner that will not depreciate adjacent property values and otherwise adversely affect adjacent properties. I don't know if you remember a gentleman named Dan Foley. He worked for the city. He was the parks director, I guess, and he was in charge of maintaining and pruning the trees. And he has left. I don't know where he left, but his replacement, David Norgard, was nice enough to, after many, many, many requests by me, he rounded this up somewhere back in your files, okay? So if you could show the next picture. Long ago, you could drive down Orpheus Avenue and you could look from the street level and you could see the ocean, okay? So that's That's what it looks like today. Okay, next photo. This is what the horizon view looks like, and if you projected it over, which we can't because the photo ends, you can see that it's blocking that view. And then one last one. This is a view from a neighbor's balcony, and that whole left side 9 years ago was ocean view, and now it's not.
Okay,
So,
you've.
I hope the
3
city of
minutes.
Encinitas will honor their agreement with Coast Point.
Yeah, and we'll make sure that we have some follow-up with Parks staff to check, to ensure that we're complying with the agreement that we signed.
Okay, but every time they come and trim trees, I'm there, and they always say that they can't take them back any further. But the tree,
Okay.
it reminds me of like when I'm walking away.
Okay, yes.
It reminds me of when my wife and I go walking through neighborhoods, somebody can't see their house anymore.
Right, I live in the neighborhood. I'm happy to meet you at the park and we can talk about it.
Next speaker is Raul Villamar,
Talk to-
followed by Scott Campbell, and then Natalie Satoon.
I normally drive after I get out of the meetings down from 7-Eleven all the way to Swami's. This time I did it the other way around. I drove down Swami's first and came down this way. We're talking about the parking again, over and over and over again. The rain is coming, the cold weather is coming. Tonight there was nobody out there on the park in the park list that you guys have outside. It is cold. It's going to be rainy. Next week it's supposed to rain. Miss Kelly and Miss Tony over here. We've talked and stuff like that on it. You guys have already told us that you guys are going to keep the outside parking, and I've got a lot of people that every day they come into my barbershop, they don't want it. They don't want it. On Sunday, I drove through Cotija on our way to home, and I drove by Cotija's at the stop sign. This gentleman in the front of me had a helmet on that says, "We the people." It's we the people. It's not the politicians that they're messing up the whole city. If you folks, if we just keep on going back and forth on this. On the agenda, you told us that we're going to be 5-0. You voted to put it on the agenda, and we still haven't got anything on it yet until we got it the meeting next week, which is where everybody's going to be gone for Christmas. There's nobody going to be around. My daughter just had a baby on November 28th. My niece had it on December 10th. I'd rather be with them than being out here. Okay, the barber that I have with me, she also she had a baby. So there's 3 babies, and we're all Sagittarius. I'm a Sagittarius, and I don't want to be here every Wednesday night. I want to take care of this, but next week, I don't know if everybody's going to show up that we were talking to, because they're all going to be out of town, or they're going to have family coming in. We waited too long. We don't have enough. We're not getting any further than we were before. On Saturday, I came down to my barbershop. At 10 o'clock, I've been told that there's people sitting outside cooking, giving out burgers, all this kind of stuff. I already talked to Captain Lawrence over here, because I got there at 10 o'clock. I called the sheriffs, nobody showed up for an hour. They told me, I called back, my wife went with me, and she tells me, don't go out there, be calm. I'm not the calm kind of person. Okay, so we went out there. I went home, on my way home at 12 o'clock, after I went up to them and told them they have to go. They're trespassing and stuff like that. They left. One more thing. I went to the 7-Eleven. There was 4 sheriffs parked there.
Okay.
In front of them.
Thank you.
I've already talked to him.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I believe I have a presentation here. Excellent. Okay, Encinitas Citizen Review Panel is back with another exciting, action-packed opportunity for the council. Tonight we're going to talk, oh, this is the wrong one. We're going to talk about the bicycles later. I'm going to give you some alternatives to the L7 property. We just bought vacant land, and yet other vacant land is surplus. It's so confusing. It just doesn't make any sense. Some land is vacant. I mean, some is good, some is bad. We own other land in the city. We do. The general plan says that when we do these big developments, we have to have a mix of businesses, people housing, and open space. So far, all these developments have been people and housing, no open space and businesses. People say, yeah, open space, they're using undevelopable, unusable land on steep slopes. Give me a break, that doesn't count. Let's do a review. And we're going to go back to 2021, actually. In 2021, the council was against using L7 property. I don't know what changed. There were specific quotes like, smart people will find another location. One of those is right here. Some people like the public works yard. Some people said, keep L7 for the future. Some of them said that. These are all quotes. You can go look this all up. It's super simple. Here's this little map for the data impaired. This is exactly where we are. And last month, the council did a nice resolution about developments requires no parking. We're across the street from a major transit center. So here we go. In 2021, those Cosmic guys, you should fire them. Please don't ever hire them again. They're rotten. They rejected this very property here because of the high underground parking costs. We don't have that anymore. Think this. There's a lot of positive reasons for turning City Hall into 100% low-income housing. Besides the optics of you guys would win in our numbers, the no parking requirement is close to all forms of transit. Senator Blakespear is on the rail committee. You don't think she would get behind this? Tasha would be on this too. You know it. It's close to recreation. We got the park. We got the beach. Dining facilities are right there. Shopping centers are really close. There is nothing wrong with it. Emergency facilities are across the street. This will help your mid-year 2025 review. San Diego, we're hurting. But most importantly, why are we so afraid of invoking Proposition A? That's the will of the city. It's the will of the people. Respect it. Thank you very much for your time.
Final three speakers, Natalie Satoon, Peggy Walker, and then Sheila Cameron.
Hi, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. I'd like to address public records request. The city has not fulfilled multiple PRA requests of mine in violation of FOIA. This is not a failure of Kathy and Pete, whose hands are tied by protocol and poor city oversight. Rather, it is the failure of the city manager to ensure regulatory compliance and transparency and to minimize litigation liability. What is repeatedly occurring is purposeful omission. This council is allowing the city manager to put our city at financial risk. Rather than fluffy DEI recommendations, let's address fundamental regulatory requirements. Once again, I'm recommending a position be funded under a risk management department to ensure compliance. For the record, I'm asking that the city manager confirm my PRAs are re-reviewed and fulfilled in entirety. Tarquin, this is verbal notice of intent. In October, in the school district liaison meeting, our mayor made reference to a different controversial Encinitas topic he hoped, quote, would not go viral, and now we have disappearing benches at Swami's. So let's talk about the bench scandal at Swami's, which reeks of ick. On a Friday whim, a decision was made to hire an outside contractor to the tune of $5,500. Rather than planning and utilizing our own public works staff and equipment to remove benches at no additional cost, taxpayers needlessly paid a premium for this urgent, unplanned action. I am asking council to direct our city manager to disclose who authorized this misuse of our tax dollars, just as I did in my unfulfilled PRA. Who from City Hall called Rob at Public Works, and who authorized this call to Rob? I formally asked in my CPR nothing. This needless expense should be reimbursed to our city by the party who did this. And who authorized the security guard to patrol Swamis? Nobody has answered that either. On Sunday morning, I caught him not even parking his vehicle in a spot. He pulled into the circle, leaving his car in idle in the traffic lane. He scanned the QR code on the sign by the SRF and immediately left without so much as walking around Swamis. Had I not briefly stopped him, he would have spent less than 120 seconds on the grounds. Total waste of money. Mayor Kranz, the whole removal was shady. You didn't keep your story straight with the press, and the very minimal refurbishment of the benches did not warrant removal. Last year, when you were randomly struck by a belt by the homeless lady, is when rising homeless challenges should have been appropriately addressed. This could have happened to any passerby. If that action didn't sink in with you, quite nothing will. With hundreds of residents being so vocally upset, it's time you all come clean. We're going to get to the bottom of the dirty politics and the decisions. At least when we had Blake Spear steamrolling us, she was upfront and apologetic. You know what this says, Mayor Kranz? Her shoulders are bigger than yours. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Peggy Walker. I'm with San Diego Alliance. Our organization's mission is to educate the community and to keep kids alcohol, tobacco, and drug-free. So I came here tonight wearing that hat, but I also come as a grandmother to express our concern concerning a new marijuana dispensary going in on Encinitas' Main Street with the name Cake House. My kids and grandkids live near here and come here all the time for breakfast, lunch, coffee, gelato, to go to the beach, Moonlight Beach, for surfing. Now those grandkids and other kids like them will be exposed to that pot shop mimicking a bakery every time they come here. It's ludicrous and unacceptable that a store selling highly potent, addictive, psychotropic drugs has a kid-friendly name that suggests it's something it's not. Pot products are not safe, not treats, not bakery products, and certainly not kid-friendly for those who want to retain their full brain power. Prop 64 prohibits kid-friendly marketing, and we thought that the use of kid-friendly names would be addressed under the city's marijuana ordinance, but apparently it's not. We just wonder if that could change. That being said, I want to address two other issues. Increasing concern regarding retailers selling cannabis unlawfully or selling prohibited synthetic hemp products. This happens at permitted pot shops, but also at smoke shops and even gas stations. San Diego law enforcement just issued warrants against 6 retailers suspected of selling cannabis unlawfully or selling prohibited synthetic products claiming to be Delta 8 THC or Delta 10 CHC. These are becoming more popular, and they are synthetically derived hemp-based products. Because they're hemp-derived, most consumers mistake the hemp label as non-psychoactive. But these unregulated, illegal, highly intoxicating synthetic cannabinoid products derived from hemp are often many times stronger than other THC. Their use has resulted in hospitalizations and deaths. And so, as we move into a new era of pot distribution and pot shops, we ask that the city be vigilant and aware of these products and these activities, and be aware that the hemp-based products are illegal. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you, Captain Lawrence, for your presentation. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a couple things. One, there's a rumor going around, maybe it's not a rumor. I saw it on next door, that there's a difference in the way the city is handling things. Supposedly, if any citizen has requests for anything or wants to talk to their city council person, that they are not allowed to. Every request has to go into some sort of a drop box, and that will be handled and passed out by the city manager. Now, I'm kind of wondering if this is true. Number one, are we a city manager-run city? Or do we have citizen representatives that we voted for? And if you guys aren't doing anything, we can't get in touch with you, we can't talk to you, go. You don't need to be elected anymore. Because clearly, something's going wrong in this city, and I want somebody to get in touch with me. Don't let it drop. I want to know, or I'll raise a lot of heck about it. Now, the subject of trees. The lady was talking about Melba and the 175 trees. Please see me. I'll help you out. We're a tree city, and we're a tree city largely because of me. I found out all about it, how to do it, contacted staff, gave them all the help. They brought it before you. You're not a tree city when you cut down 175 mature trees. It violates your own climate change plan, which is greenhouse gases. You need big trees to eat them. You don't need these little pathetic things they're putting in that'll take 25 years to grow. As for Mr. Weber, we've been through this. Several trees were cut, violating the master plan, tree master plan. I helped plant those trees in that park. I go to it often. There are no trees in there now that would block your view. But I'm happy to bring in the pictures that I took of the residents there with all their shades pulled down because the sun was too much. They want to put them up to see the sunset, but they don't want to otherwise be bothered. But they want the trees down. Cut it out. Have we gone totally senseless, totally non-environmental, totally not paying any attention that you have to breathe, you have to live, you have to be healthy? I'm sorry, you don't like trees? Then you should resign from being a tree city, and you should tear up the climate change plan because you're violating it on a daily basis, and I'm sick of it.
Mayor, that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you very much for all of the feedback. And with that, we will move on to the report from closed session, because we didn't have one, will not be, and changes to the agenda.
Mayor, there are no changes to the posted agenda. Moving to the consent calendar, the following items have been pulled by members of the public. Item 8F, 8G, 8L, and 8M.
Okay, so if I,
Then I'd like to pull O, too, 8O.
8O. 8O. All right, so that means we have 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E as an echo, 8H, 8I, 8J, 8K, 8N for consideration to be approved on consent.
You said M and N, or?
Nancy, November. 8N is still on it, unless somebody wanted to pull it.
Okay.
I'll move approval.
I'll second that.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8F. And we do have 3 speakers. Would you like staff report? I have Scott Campbell, Michael George, and Ellen Burr.
Yeah, Ellen thought she owned it. Okay, so Fox Point is a huge development by an even huger corporation with, I looked it up today, $1.1 billion in revenue. That's a lot of money, and they want $400,000? Come on, these guys have this much money in their bank accounts. They could write a check for this today. I don't understand this. In the city's haste to appease the state, we approved this project. I don't know, maybe we didn't do our fiduciary responsibilities on this huge company, and they're coming back for money. A company this big, you'd think they could maybe write a report or write a grant, a proposal. You'd think they would know how to do that and be successful. They couldn't, they failed. So now they have to change their housing mix. They have to get the city to be a loan guarantee. Is that what we're really here for? To guarantee the developers their profits, to be their piggy bank if they overestimate their rosy predictions? Is that really what's going on? I say do not give these guys one more dime. We've given them setbacks. We've given them variances. What more do they want? Bonuses. They want money from us now? This is ridiculous. Say no. For the first time ever in years, say no to a developer. That's all I got. Thank you.
Michael George?
Okay. You on? Yep. Okay, Michael George, 1703 Gascony Road, Encinitas. I was not prepared for this item until I saw it on the agenda. So I don't understand. You got a developer, a large developer, Shea Homes, gigantic corporation with lots of assets, and now they're asking the city for $400,000. I don't get it. I just don't understand it. I'm just an ordinary person, and I just don't understand how they could be asking us for $400,000. And what your little blurb here doesn't really explain why they need the 400 grand. So, excuse me, $400,000. Forgot where I'm at. Anyway, and then there's something in here about December 31st, 2023 to December 31st, 2024. So what else is on the horizon is my question. Because, how long are they going to take to build this project? And is there something coming down the pike that we don't know about in addition to the 400 grand? $400,000, excuse me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm really opposed to us doing this kind of thing with our money. Just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Ellen Burr?
I spoke last year when this came up. And supposedly the precedent had already been made, although I think there's a big difference between funding a very small 100% Irish apartments development and, like these two gentlemen have mentioned, a giant multi-billion-dollar company investment. But that aside, you made a commitment, so expend it. But my question is, they're changing the size of the units that they're going to try. This will be, maybe the fourth time will be the charm. Are they still going to be dispersed throughout like they're supposed to be, or are they going to be jammed together some other way? That would be my first question. My second question would be, generally in my experience, a 3-bedroom costs more than a 2-bedroom. So are they going to be coming back for more than the 400,000, assuming that this happens? And finally, I'm very concerned about the last full paragraph in the letter, which says, "We continue to press on to make the financing of these homes a reality." Sounds like there's a but there. What happens if they don't? Do we have any recourse? What happens when they can't go out and get the financing? Are they going to come back and say, "Oh, so sorry, but we've already built all the other places"? We need to know this does not need to be the never-ending story. We need to know what the limits are and how they're planning to carry this out. And I would have thought that somebody as big and as experienced as they supposedly are, and the very people I think other people are relying on to go out and get financing for all of the sites that we have lined up, I can't believe they didn't know how to do this already. So please get some answers before you say yes.
That concludes speakers.
So there is a report, we're not working from just the blurb, but it's a 3-page report, gives us some additional information. And the challenge in this is indeed the tax credit part, very competitive process apparently. And so staff, can you speak to that tax credit process?
Yes, good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor, council members, members of the public. Melinda Dacey, Housing Services Manager with the Development Services Department. As I understand, the tax credit financing process is extremely competitive as the financing that is available from the state agencies is limited, and there's only certain application windows that an application can be filed, which is February and October of every calendar year. The developer has attempted to get approval and award of funds within the last 3 application cycles that they have applied for and have not yet been successful. So they are diligently pursuing the tax credit application and need the funding to also apply for that funding as well from the city.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and I want to maybe go back a little more basic because I think I see some misunderstanding in the audience. The $400,000 is actually for Chelsea, a loan guarantee for Chelsea, correct? Not for the developer of Fox Point Farms. It's for the operator. And isn't it from the, and this was, as I think Ellen got correct, approved a year ago at the June 22nd, 2022 City Council, where they're actually, Chelsea is wanting to offer 4 extremely low units when the project was approved at low income units. So this is actually improves the reach of the low income, and so I want to make sure everybody understands the $400,000 is not part of the Fox Point Farms. It's part of the ability to make the low income program more attractive to get this tax credit. Did I get that correct?
Correct, yeah. The project had 40 very low-income affordable units proposed, and with the financing request, they will be doing in perpetuity 4 extremely low-income units, and those are distributed amongst each of the unit types in the development, and they will be dispersed throughout.
And then staff also explained during my briefing that they are in addition to that, Chelsea is changing the mix to make it more attractive by going to, they found out after they were turned down in a very competitive market or competitive tax credit contest this year, that if they had better mixes, larger bedroom units, that they would have a higher likelihood of winning the tax credit. So that's why the mix change. And that's the city and that's coming out of I assume, the developer's pocket somehow, because they're having to give up some market rate bedrooms, so to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. They have not requested a change to the loan amount.
Okay. So, and then finally, we're not approving the loan tonight. That was already done a year and a half ago, or a year and a half ago now. We're just extending it 1 year because of the failed, because they didn't gain approval for the tax credit during the prior submissions.
Yes, that's correct.
So hopefully that clears it up.
Was that a motion?
And I'll move approval of 8F.
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Hensy.
I just wanted to get that final question answered by Ellen, and that is the timing question. So is there a certain time when the rest of the development is constructed that we have to give up on deepening the affordability of these units and just go forward with what was approved?
And the approved affordable housing plan does include project phasing for when the market rate units and the affordable units come online. If for whatever reason they are not successful in their tax credit application, they would just move forward with what's already been approved.
And one last point, I think you also told me that the change in mix will have to come back, and location, I assume, would be part of that, will go back to Planning Commission and be subject to another public meeting. So the public will have a chance to see which units and that they aren't, I assume they wouldn't get all pushed together in the same place, because the Planning Commission's been very good about that.
Yes, that is correct. It would go back to Planning Commission to amend the affordable housing plan.
Okay, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8G. 8G, we have one speaker, Scott Campbell.
Okay, so I was wrong on the Chelsea, but they should get a loan from Shea. And I don't think the residents really care. But so these storm drains, they discovered some problems. How much money have we already allocated this year in emergency and over? I left my glasses down there. It was like, what, 1 point something million dollars, almost $2 million. And now we're here getting 300 more on this project. Who's doing the oversight on these estimates? We're continually coming in way over cost, going over and over and over again. This is a 21% over. This is from this year, so we can't really blame old plans or anything. This is a thing from this year. We need to really be on top of these things. Money is tight. The state is in a deficit. All these grants for all these beautiful projects is probably not going to be good next year. And yet our infrastructure is still crumbling, and we're scrambling for money. I support this because alternatives are bad, but we really need to think about this. It's more important than social issues. It's more important than green paint. If the city falls apart, the road doesn't matter. None of it matters if the city crumbles and washes into the ocean. That's all I got to say.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Thank you. And it turns out that the gabions needed additional repair. It's what's driving this additional fund request?
That's correct. When the gabions initially failed in November of 2022, and we had our designers come out, the water levels were too high to see the Channel Creek bottom. But upon dewatering, which is when they kind of dry out the bed of the creek, and so that we can install the new gabions, we discovered that the previously constructed gabions lining the creek were damaged, and the design wouldn't have worked if we just installed the wall on the banks of the creek. We had to also repair what we're calling the mattress on the bed of the creek in order for the structure to work.
I stopped by there today. A lot of work going on. It's pretty amazing, and I sure hope that the 3 tubes to the ocean can get lined properly this time. Looking forward to that being completed. So with that, I would move approval.
I'll second.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8L. And item 8L, we have one speaker, Scott Campbell.
Okay, once again, I support the street paving. We need it. Now, what did I just talk about? I talked about infrastructure. It's the most important thing in this city. But what's so important is what's not on this list. And I learned last night why Leucadia Boulevard is not on this. I don't really agree, but it is what it is. Especially if they can't get their loan and the Fox Point is delayed, that means Leucadia Boulevard will never, ever get fixed. So maybe we need to think about this a little bit more. I understand, I used to live in Encinitas, so I understand they have their own agency to fix their own roads. I get that. That's great. They're getting their money's worth. It's just weird that we're not fixing the most important road. It's a county road. People from neighboring cities, San Marcos and Carlsbad, people that go to our schools, the same school district, travel on that road. Their tires are getting shredded. Is there being an accident? A car's going to bounce out of one of those divots and hit a biker. The worst of all possible combinations. That is a small percentage, but it can happen. And it's going to happen unless we fix the road. I learned about that we have this software that tracks the roads. That's really cool. I do software. It's really good. But I have to wonder, what are the inputs to this software? Because clearly it didn't mark Leucadia Boulevard as a high priority. I don't know why. Maybe there's ways to override it. Maybe we ignored the outputs. I think the residents would actually like to see the raw outputs and not the filtered outputs of this software. I think as a council, you should really ask the staff, what are the real inputs to this software and how does it work? I'd be interested in it. I am interested. In fact, if you don't do it, I might contact them directly because it's pretty cool stuff. Please discuss this. Thank you.
Do we still have the pavement condition index GIS map that's available on the city website? You might want to check that out. That gives all the PCI numbers for streets in the city. And it comes from the software and the analysis that they do. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I think you covered most of what I think the reason when we talked in briefing we're foregoing doing this right now is because we're waiting for all the traffic from construction on Fox Point Farms, because otherwise we're going to fix it and it's going to get beaten up unusually, even worse than it is today. So it's a timing thing right now. But Jill immediately pulled up the PCI, and depending on which segment you're at, out of 100, 66, 57, and 47 near Sedonia. And that's not good. That's near the lower end of most of our roads, right? Our goal is 80. We're typically in the high 60s right now. So I don't know if staff has any other that you'd like to respond to. Okay. So I would move approval.
Deputy Mayor Lyons, are you willing to second that?
Oh, yes, I'm willing to second that. Thank you, Mayor. I understand just to summarize again in a little bit different way, is that we have a much bigger need than we have resources to handle. So I think we know that. We've said it before in other contexts, and this pavement is no exception. And I always feel like, if you travel at a certain route on a regular basis, you're obviously more highly aware of what the challenges are along those routes. I want to encourage our staff to, it comes up in the case of this area because of the construction, and I want to encourage our staff to come up with an idea about how to monitor the condition of that pavement, as it might degrade faster than standard degradation in other areas. But not only that, there might be conditions that we do need to take action on, whether it's maybe blocking off the road and doing a serious repair, given the fact that there are the larger, heavier trucks that are going in that area, and it's already showing the degradation that it's showing. I know sometimes it's really hard to do patches that'll stay and really be relevant and really make it a better roadway surface, but that doesn't mean we can't stay aware and then come up with a solution that would help prevent the safety and the safe traveling of the road in that location. And I think it's our job to do that.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. This road has come up many times by people in District 1 for its condition, and so even before this agenda item, it had come up. We had talked often with traffic engineering about could we do some interim repairs? And Public Works, thank you, Director Mabry, went out there and did take a look, and even that would not really be effective because of the construction and the possible additional damage. Did I get that right? Okay. And I think that's important, is we have been trying to look at it and address it, and we need to stay on top of it. Thank you. That's a good point. So as soon as we can fix it, as soon as reasonable, I think we will.
Yes, and one last comment. I am a more regular bike rider, and one thing about the bike is that it lets you see the pavement a lot more than when you're driving a car. And so I am very aware of some of the challenging roads that we have, and a narrow bike tire versus a wide car tire is much more susceptible to the find a groove that a car otherwise wouldn't. So very sensitive to this. I also want to point out that this list has ADA only as the planned treatment, which is for curb cuts and other things related to the need to comply with ADA law when we make improvements to the street. I would like to look down the road at ways to separate those out from this table of street overlay. It's called Citywide Street Overlay and Slurry Seal Project, and curb cuts don't fit in that category. So I get that we need to do them. I get that the pie doesn't get any bigger, and we need to find funds for that because it's morally important as well as legally. And so I do want to make that happen, but I think it's important that we focus all of our energies with regard to this list on overlay or slurry seal. Is there a reason we couldn't add as an additive alternative the repair of Leucadia Boulevard? Is the further damage going to possibly change an estimate for the cost?
We could add it as an additive alternative. That would delay the project a little bit because we'd have to look at the signing and striping that's out there. It may need some striping modifications. And then again, we would just worry that it's not the best use of our funding if it's going to get beat up more than it would if we waited till afterwards.
Well, so yeah, I appreciate that, and at the same time, it is, as Scott pointed out, one of the most used streets in our city, and I think that it's important that we're prepared if resources we need to find resources to make this happen, and so being ready to do the repairs is something that I'm quite keen about. I also noticed that Hygeia is an additive alternative too, and I ride Hygeia every day to take my granddaughter to school between Leucadia Boulevard and Sirius Street, and it is in pretty poor condition. So it's kind of frustrating to see it as the second additive alternative. So again, come budget time, we're going to need to step up the conversation about how to provide more resources for these needed projects. So with that, Councilmember Blackwell, do you still want to? Okay, I didn't. All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously. It takes us to item 8M, and our speaker is Scott Campbell.
I might be talking more than you guys tonight. I do have a little show on this. This is a pure data-driven thing. This is actually, we're gonna have some fun on this one a little bit, I think. Sometimes I'm a little bit too serious. This is more interesting. Okay, so Encinitas Citizen Review Panel we collect this data, and we're probably the only person that does. And when we look at it, there's a lot of interesting stuff, and we're gonna talk about some of it. First off, the staff presentation is gonna show you some numbers, and I ask you to take it with a little bit of grain of salt, just divide by 0.8 with all their numbers. If you don't know what a histogram is, it's a frequency distribution. And this chart shows that there's 2 points of really bad numbers at both edges of the data. This garbage data, if you do machine learning or artificial intelligence or anything, you would throw that out super fast. And so here's comparisons of the mileage of the unfiltered versus the filtered data. And it's just consistently, we overestimate the numbers. At least it's consistent, so the relative is the same. Now, this is a better number. This compares the year-to-years from 2022 to 2023. And, first quarter, second quarter, rider was down. But over the summer, ridership went up. I was actually surprised that ridership went up in the summer. I'm really eagerly awaiting to see how we do in the fourth quarter, because that kind of will really tell how this B-cycle thing is really going to do. If you just only look at quarter one and quarter two, you'd say pull the plug immediately. But quarter three is encouraging. I have positive things to say sometimes. This chart's not so great. It's I made up another number. It's a number of rides per bike per day. And they're averaging, in the less than 1/2 of a bike is ridden per day. It's not a good use of the resources. Now, the city's not paying any money for this. It's free. And the report's going to say to expand it. It's not going to cost us, it might cost us some space, a little bit. It's going to cost us maintenance. Let's get on this next page here. It's going to cost us maintenance. We need to clean these things. Now, the two stations on 101 and Leucadia are probably the worst in the whole city, but those are the ones that I see the most, that I travel by every day, and it makes me sad for our city that we allow this to happen. This dirt in that plant has been growing there for a year now. I talked about, we cleaned stuff a couple of weeks ago. This is all over the Katy. We need the drainage. We really do, more than streetscape. Anyways, I'm not going to oppose the B-cycle extension, and I look forward to this report.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
I didn't know if there was anything that staff might want to add in clarification or in response to the presentation that was just given. But I thought I'd ask that question first.
Council has received the second year assessment, so that includes all the data to go with the recommendation to approve the 2-year extension of the contracts or the license agreement. That's all we have. We can speak to maybe the photo shown here. What we were looking at, the last slide was a photo of the station, the B-cycle station, and certainly a lot of dirt and debris, but that's outside of the station area. It's something that we can certainly look at, with Public Works and, get out there, put eyes on it and see what the solution might be there. Not a big concern of ours and something that we think we can address. As far as the data goes, if we have any specific questions about the data, Tim Perkey from B-cycle, who's the program manager, is here to answer any questions that we might have.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that you say you would work internally with our Public Works staff on, or operations, whoever, on the cleanliness around the station. That would be excellent. And I want to move approval of this item.
Second. I do have a question. I understand that B-cycle is in talks with Carlsbad and Oceanside. Is that what I understand?
Pretty constantly, in fact. And thank you for the question. We're going to be proposing a pilot program in Carlsbad just after the first of the year that would essentially allow us to use some existing equipment that we've had in storage for the past few months that would extend our reach along the 101 in particular, just seeking to get permission to start the encroachment permit process to use public right-of-way in a few key areas right up to Carlsbad Village Drive.
And so, a little bit further to ride, it's likely to attract more B-cyclers?
Indeed, that is the plan, for sure.
Councilmember Hensy.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that request to have Public Works do a frequent sweep of the locations that might have gathered some debris. I work right on Highway 101, and I have a front row seat to watching how many people ride by using B-cycle. And also in the neighborhood where I live, I see it every day. So even when it's not the summertime and it's an off-season, I still see the frequent use, and I'm really pleased with the program. I've shared before with Tim that I had to use it in a pinch, and it worked so well, and it was intuitive and really easy and highly functional. So Thank you for operating in Encinitas. We're glad we've been early adopters, and I look forward to the program continuing.
And thank you for your support.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8O, and that was pulled by Councilmember Ehlers.
So I don't need a staff report.
Okay.
So I pulled this because I really have questions and I have a proposal to continue this. But my first question is, how did we get to post and rope fencing? Because this is a third option, a third type of fencing in Olivenhain, and we seem to be proliferating types of fencing rather than consolidating on types of fencing. And then, so I'd like to hear what we did to get to that conclusion, and then I want to give a little history after that as far as how we got to the two types of fencing.
Yeah, so it's been an evolution. So this is our newest standard, and we're adopting it because we see it as the safest option out there. When you have a post and rail system, the rails, whether they are wood or composite, can, if there's an accident, can detach and burst into the pedestrian zone and the equestrian zone. So it's meant to be a safer alternative for roadways next to a trail. So this is a new standard that's being adopted all over the place. You'll see it in Poway and San Marcos and the county of San Diego, and several other cities are adopting the standard for trails that are right next to a roadway.
Okay. So, and we had a real similar trajectory. It was back in 2006 or 7, we installed lodgepole fencing. We already had lodgepole fencing on Rancho Santa Fe Road and still do today. We installed it on, the city installed it on Lone Jack, and then in early 2007, high-speed drunk on Lone Jack went out of control, impaled a lodgepole right into the passenger cabin, you know, and raised concerns. I believe Jace, if she's here tonight, was part of the discussion, Glenn Sabine. But almost unilaterally, the city came out and started taking it down, and people got very alarmed. And there were various other solutions proposed, everything from bright reflectors every 50 feet that the neighbors hated even more. Rumble strips, which luckily got cut off before they got installed. And finally, we had a community meeting at the Olivenhain Town Council. A couple of council members were in attendance at the time. Staff was there. And as I said, the city attorney was heavily involved in the discussion. But the compromise out of that, or I should say the acceptable solution, because it met both the community character and the safety, was to go to this composite material. And I actually have a email from staff, from Chris Hazeltine at the time, that said he's happy to report the manufacturer of the preferred fencing, the composite, agreed to guarantee their product and indemnify the city against similar incidents. So we went through a lot of work to get there, and now to go and, I feel like we didn't do enough outreach, and I'm going to end up in the same kind of firestorm. So what I would propose for tonight, oh, by the way, Poway, I just looked on Google, and Poway still uses lodgepole fencing along Twin Oaks, which is a pretty fast major road. So they haven't even retrofitted that. And as I noted, we still use lodgepole fencing on the rest of Rancho Santa Fe Road. And so the problem is, from a community character, we should pick that which is safe, that which fits the community character, and try and get to a long-term plan that gets us to hopefully one type of fencing, maybe two, but I really hate diverting to three. So my proposal would be to continue this item off calendar and hold a similar meeting to what was held back in 2007, a city-sponsored event at the Olivenhain Town Council with the co-hosting with the Olivenhain Town Council and Encinitas Trail Coalition, because they were involved back then too, with the goal of getting the community and staff on the same page, including consolidating on one, possibly two standard fences, and limiting the city's liability due to fence material choice. So that would be my motion, is to continue this off calendar and set up a meeting. My goal is not to delay this significantly. If it weren't for the holidays, I'd say 1 month, but I think because of the holidays, we're probably talking February before this would be back in front of us.
And I sent you an email with a question about this, and you replied that this had been reviewed by the Trails.
Yeah, we did bring this to the ETC, the Encinitas Trails Coalition, and they were supportive of the post and rope, and we had conversations with OTC as well, Livenhain Town Council, and they also expressed support.
Yeah, and I reached out to them too, and Linda Martin said, yeah, they saw it, she saw it, but I'm not sure it got, as I sent it out to other people that had both been involved many years ago and that are involved now, I got a much more mixed response. So I really think it's worth a more public meeting. I never saw it in either of the newsletters, and I'm members of both. So I think maybe 1 or 2 people saw it at each organization, and I'd like to see it go out. I think we can save a lot of angry feedback, if you will, and make it go much more smoothly and you know, for a couple of months of delay.
Well, I'm willing to second it for discussion. Councilmember Hensy.
I was going to offer to second that as well, and I do support Councilmember Ayler's request to take a little bit more time and analyze it, and make sure that we have the community input so we can avoid some frustration on the other side.
Appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I withdrew my request. I was going to say the same thing.
Okay. Does the city manager see any problem with that and resourcing that with some staff to go out and have a meeting?
I was just going to ask the director of engineering if a delay changes anything for your bids, but I mean, you can just delay that, right?
Yeah, not for the bids. I just asked Matt if we had any strings. It's grant funded, so I wanted to make sure that's not going to impact our timeline to expend the grant. So I think we're going to be okay. Yeah.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second.
Motion carries unanimously. That does conclude the consent calendar and takes us to item 10A.
Okay, here we are at 8 o'clock. We can dive into 10A, or we can take a break. What is?
Short break.
Short break? Okay, we're going to take a 7-minute break.
Stand up.
Remind me, I need to send a note because this thing has like stopped.
Barbara Henry. public hearing and introduction of ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance of the City of Encinitas, California, adding municipal code change chapter 9.85, shopping cart ordinance. And this is a public hearing, so it will begin with a staff report by Mr. Steenblock. We will then ask council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report. We will have a round of preliminary questions from the council if they have any, and then we will open the public hearing to hear from public speakers, and then we will close the public hearing and follow that up with council discussion and action. Mr. Steenblock.
Mayor Crayons, thank you for the introduction. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council, as you introduced, we're here tonight to introduce Ordinance 2023-07, the shopping or the proposed shopping cart ordinance. So with any good policy making, we always start with a problem statement, and unfortunately, throughout the city, shopping carts are abandoned on public and private property, streets, parks, trails, right away. As we know, the presence of shopping carts is a public nuisance, contributing to a decline in the quality of life. It obstructs pedestrian and disabled access. There's that button that I should probably push. Yes. It's the on button. Sorry for that. So here we'll just start through the problem statement. The shopping carts are abandoned throughout the city. Presence of shopping carts are a public nuisance. They obstruct pedestrian and disabled access, interfere with vehicular traffic. And a lot of these end up in our local waterways too, in canyons, in ditches, in other storm drain infrastructure, and just general environmental degradation. So how do we move from a very city-centric oversight of shopping carts in the city to address this problem to a more shared responsibility framework? So including shopping cart owners, obviously the city's resources, and as well as community members. So I'm just going to provide a sort of big picture overview of the shopping cart ordinance. There's sort of three primary key provisions that I'm going to focus on. There are supporting provisions to each of these that sort of builds out the comprehensive regulatory framework that we're trying to accomplish with the ordinance. So I'll sort of unpack each of these a little bit real briefly, individually as we go through. So the first of those really addresses community members. It's the baseline regulatory. It establishes that it's unlawful to remove a marked shopping cart from a premises or to be in possession of a marked shopping cart. It's notable this is in complement to existing state law. So there is state law in Business and Professions Code 22-435 that does makes it unlawful to remove a shopping cart and be in possession of a shopping cart. The reason it's important to sort of build this into our local ordinance is it also allows, built into our local ordinance, it would allow for city staff such as code enforcement to enforce these provisions administratively. So if there was a code enforcement case, there was a cleanup or an abatement or something like that, and there was shopping carts involved, then city staff could enforce administratively. So we have an additional element there. The second sort of key provision that we've built into the ordinance establishes that it's unlawful for a shopping cart owner to allow a shopping cart to be abandoned or remain unattended. So this is really targeting the shopping cart owners. This is sort of stood up by a number of provisions in the ordinance, starting with shopping cart ownership identification. So the inventory of shopping carts would require additional ownership identification more than what you typically see now. It would include a phone number, an address, a location specific to where that shopping cart belongs, essentially. The shopping cart removal warning signs would be part of that as well, installing removal signs both in the locations as well as the parking lots to basically make the public aware that it is indeed unlawful to remove a shopping cart and to be in possession of a marked shopping cart. And then sort of the core provision is to require shopping cart owners to deploy either a physical containment measure or a shopping cart retrieval service contract. So physical containment measures or anything, they have a lot of these locking systems that exist, wheel locking systems, or even preventing the carts from being removed from the store at all. And then the shopping cart retrieval service contract option is available. And this is a really commonly used practice. It turns out I spoke to one of these retrieval services contract recently, and they actually service 14 of the 30 that we have in the city in terms of shopping cart owners. So it's a pretty common service. The difference with our ordinance that brings it in, it would really tighten up that servicing, because we require servicing upon notification of an abandoned cart within 48 hours. So they would be recovered within 48 hours. And a lot of the existing service contracts might be, weekly or bi-weekly or monthly or something like that. So that would probably create some kind of a change. Another baseline standard for the shopping cart owners is the cart security after hours, essentially just establishing that carts are secured after hours. You want to lock them up. You don't want to leave them running wild in the parking lots and wandering off on their own. And then all that sort of gets put together in what we're defining as a shopping cart containment plan, and that's something that gets submitted to the city, and it essentially just documents how a shopping cart owner is meeting these obligations that are established in the ordinance. That would come through. It would be updated annually through the operator's business licensing updates. They would initially be due 30 days after the ordinance going into effect, the effective date of the ordinance. And then lastly, sort of the larger kind of key provision is it defines the city's role in the retrieval of abandoned shopping carts. There's going to be specific circumstances under which the city will retrieve an abandoned cart. A lot of that is if there's public safety involved, it needs to get removed immediately. If it's down in a ravine, if it's in a creek, and the city is more equipped to remove that cart, they would retrieve that cart. But the ordinance establishes that shopping cart owners would then be responsible for the costs associated with the retrieval. And with that, so that covers sort of the mechanics of the ordinance, the big picture. Just kind of wanted to give you that flyover. In terms of next steps, following introduction, assuming that is tonight or at a future meeting, adoption may be scheduled for as early as January of next year. And then the ordinance will become effective within 30 days after the formal adoption, whatever date that would be. And then the next milestone would be that 30 days after the effective date where the shopping cart containment plans would be due to the city. And we're open for questions. Here's just some visuals. I think you all have your own images in your head. You've all seen this around the city. These are some of the things that our department deals with on a pretty routine basis that we'd like to slow that down. So we're open for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will ask for disclosure of any other information you've received that is not included in the staff report.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose. And preliminary questions, Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. The photo that you showed on the first slide looks like a cart with a bunch of carts in it. That was in the city of Encinitas. And what's our current approach? How often do we do a roundup? Like, how long did it take to get that many carts?
That is a good question. I'm a context person too, and I kind of predicted that question might come up. What do we do now? So our practice currently is there's basically two circumstances that we would respond immediately if there was a public safety issue involved. We would go and remove those carts. By law, we have to keep them available for 30 days to be recovered by the owner. So typically what we would do, we would recover those carts, bring them to our yard. We would, just based on the visuals like you're seeing in this, we would do our best to notify those shopping cart owners that we have their carts. And I can just say from experience, typically those are not picked up. And then so they end up being removed or disposed of. In a situation where it's not necessarily an urgent issue, it's not a security issue, I can probably give you a good visual of that. like the middle picture where they get kind of stacked up in different locations, or the upper right, you could typically identify who that owner is just by some labeling on the cart, and we let them know. We give them 14 days to remove those, and then because it's their property, we identify it and we let them know, and then if they don't, then we'll recover them later after 14 days, and then we'll hold them for an additional 14 or 15 days, so we have the full 30 days where they've been notified, and then they get disposed of if they're not recovered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
A couple follow-up questions. This item seems to be getting a lot of community support. Everyone I've spoken with and all the emails I've gotten have been supportive. That's great. And it sounds to me as though your experiences in reaching out to the businesses is there's not a lot of concern from the businesses. At least 14 out of the 30 have said, well, we already have retrieval programs. So I'm happy to hear that too. Just general statements. So as far as a question, I like to try to do a scenario where how would this actually play out, other than how you just answered Councilmember Hinsey's question? If a person sees a cart in a public space or even in a private space that looks abandoned, they could also enter into their My Encinitas an enforcement activity there as well? Do you see that happening as well?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And the burden then becomes, in that case, the city would be called out to pick the cart up, or would the city call whoever owns the cart?
That either scenario could work. So either the city would get reported to, and in an ideal scenario with the provision requiring cart ownership information on the cart, there should be a number on the cart to call at that time. So the community can certainly report it to us, and we could make that phone call, or even the community could call that number that's on the cart and have that cart recovered. Because the idea is that there should be a retrieval, potentially there could be a retrieval company on the other end of that line. That may not be the scenario for all of them. So it's kind of an either or.
And what are the consequences associated with enforcement? If the cart is not retrieved, what are the consequences?
It's our standard enforcement protocol, so it goes down the line from, well, we would do everything to work with the owners of those carts to get them recovered, but our standard enforcement protocol is an escalated enforcement procedure starting at a $100 citation and going up to $1,000 after multiple offenses, but we would do our best not to go that route.
Mm-hmm. I see. A lot would be in information and education too.
Absolutely. And to better answer the previous question you had too, that really would be up to us too, to really educate the community as we roll out this initiative, as if this new ordinance was to put in place, to advise the community on how exactly they could report these issues.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thanks. I have just a couple quick questions. One is, I think we patterned the language of the ordinance after other cities, like Vista, Oceanside. Do we know how those are working in those cities?
The most direct conversation I've had is with the code enforcement officers in the city of Oceanside, and that's probably the one that this is mirrored the most. And to sort of use his, and that's a much bigger, I would define their problem probably a little bit larger than ours. They're just a bigger city, and they tend to have these issues more broadly, widely spread. He described it as it's very self-run, which is the way that I think is what our goal is. That's what he said, is once you kind of get everybody up and going, you have the containment plans in place, you have the carts, it just tends to run a lot smoother, and it sort of self-runs at that time. So,
Good.
yeah.
And at my briefing with you all on Monday, we talked about how some of the concerns that were raised were from some of the smaller grocery stores, really, like more local.
Yeah.
And their concerns were cost and burden for them. But it sounds like through some meetings and outreach, you all were able to get to kind of a good place where they felt good about the ordinance moving forward. Can you describe, maybe I'm recapping
No.
too broadly, so
sure.
maybe you can describe that.
I mean, if you're looking to describe the engagement activities that we undertook, so we did host a Zoom call. We did get a couple of local representatives on a call, and of course, there's some concerns. It's definitely something new and different, and there is some upfront. There's potentially cost for obviously putting identification information on the carts. I mean, some of the inventories of carts are pretty large. We have smaller inventories and we have much broader inventories. But I felt like they were really productive discussions. We moved the needle really in a positive direction, sort of helping to understand what we were trying to achieve and how we were trying to achieve it in the ordinance. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Councilmember Blackwell got one of my questions, but next question is, I noticed in your problem statement, they're all empty, and abandonment appears to be the main problem. But what we're talking about now is different, and I'm curious, this is a question of clarification. Do you run into shopping carts that are filled with goods today? And if so, what is the standard process today for taking a occupied, do you consider it not abandoned and today leave it, and that's why we're addressing this? Or do you do something with the material in a apparently abandoned but filled shopping cart?
So I can answer that in relation to if it was possessed by an individual, okay. If that's kind of the lines that you're getting on, rather than just, okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So we do have the Business and Profession Code that's already established, so it is a misdemeanor to possess a shopping cart that is essentially not yours off of the property. And we would make every effort to remove that property and find the owner of the cart and let them know that we have it. However, there's nothing in the Business and Profession Code that really sets a standard for that practice. And I believe that's what the intent was with this ordinance, was to make a step-by-step process and to avoid some of the confusion around who's going to get the cart, when they're going to get the cart. We're not equipped to transport carts. The city, I'm sure Public Works has other priorities, and so we would like to maintain the responsibility on the property owner. Does that answer your question?
It answers the question I hadn't asked yet, but thank you, but I was about to. I was really more focusing currently on Public Works, and because I think you're out collecting, but strictly abandoned shopping carts right now is what I'm guessing, and that you're really not addressing carts that are sitting there with much stuff in it, and a person may be in the vicinity, but not,
Correct.
You're not concerning yourself with homeless today with shopping carts.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so that
Yes.
was my question of clarification. And I was going to ask the second question, but probably later, so you answered the question already. Thank you.
So we have Public Works resources going towards this particular issue, and we have law enforcement resources. Is this, is there a way to quantify what those costs are for the way we're currently operating between Public Works and law enforcement?
I can speak to that from the Public Works side. It varies. We had data that showed this is just in labor, and it doesn't include disposal costs and those types of things. So we were just in labor alone. We were anywhere on an annual basis from about $3,000 to $6,000 annually. So it varies, depending on COVID was obviously a difficult time, so that wasn't a really good model year. But it really is all over the place. But it is a cost, and it's ongoing.
Okay, I would like to open the public hearing.
We have one speaker, Natalie Satoon.
Natalie Satoon. So thank you so much for this agenda item. I actually couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it, since I've been asking for it for so long. I'm actually elated to see this proposed ordinance, and.
Can you pull the microphone down?
Sure. And if it's passed, it will more closely align us with our neighboring city ordinances. So bravo to whomever agendized this item. Not only will this assist our city businesses with loss control and prevention, it will hopefully pass savings from lost revenue to our residents. And Public Works can hopefully minimize the multitude of carts to have to return that we've seen in recent months. I know we just touched on homeless cart possession, and maybe proactively our city can work with the CRC to make wagons or pull carts available in place of this if the ordinance is passed tonight. And I'd like to say this low-impact proposal would be fiscally beneficial to residents, business, and consumers, and it's a small positive step in the right direction. Hopefully, it will be one of several implemented to help level the playing field with our neighboring coastal communities. And thank you for this proposal, regardless of how it pans out. So I appreciate it.
That concludes public comments on this item.
Okay, then I would close the public hearing and open council deliberations. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you for the public comment, Natalie. It's nice to hear the positive reinforcement. I think this was the mayor who brought this item forward as part of taking action to clean up our streets. And I would like to move approval if there aren't any other comments. I spend a lot of time behind the steering wheel of a stroller these days, and it is difficult when it's the sidewalk is obstructed. My mom's also in a wheelchair, and it makes it really difficult for her to get around town if there's anything impeding the sidewalk. So I think this is a positive thing, and I thank our staff for the light touch with our retailers who do have shopping carts, and also for our sheriff's deputies, making sure they're being used correctly.
Yes, it was my tiny shoulders that brought this forward, and it was on your suggestion, as a matter of fact. So thank you for that. Councilmember Ehlers.
Well, I appreciate everybody bringing it forward. A great idea. So, and I support this. A few other just operational questions, maybe a little more along the lines of Captain Lawrence's response. And so I want to understand what our standard operating procedure will be. And I'm going to go down the case of somebody there adversely having one, using one. What happens to that material? And what I'm trying to avoid, of course, is that it gets put on the ground and becomes litter. Will we bag it for them, or we'll give them bags, or will we develop a standard operating procedure for either Encinitas app reported ones or law enforcement encounters where you're citing the owner there? And it looks like Captain Lawrence is ready to speak, so I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Councilmember. That is something that we're going to have to work out, whether it's bags that the deputies carry, or if it's when we contact Excel, who the city contracts as well with some of the cleanup, or Public Works, if it's during business hours. Absolutely, we don't want to create a situation where now we have litter on the ground as opposed to it being contained inside of a shopping cart. So some of those minutiae are going to get worked out, and we'll make sure that we have a standard operating procedure moving forward.
And then I assume that essentially the same answer from Public Works and staff would be when you encounter one, but you probably won't encounter an occupied one as often, but you might.
In general, if I think, as you suggested, if we find one that's occupied, there's probably someone nearby that it belongs to. Right. In those situations, I'm going to call the guy to my right. That's essentially how we would manage that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, we want our citizens reporting this via My Encinitas app would be an ideal approach.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. And we're gonna build that out and add that as one of the items that the public can select when they're using that app.
And then, as you said, if it comes in that route and it looks like somebody is occupying it, you'll probably then report it directly to the
Yeah.
sheriff.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
And we've been collaborating on the development of the ordinance, and we'll certainly be collaborating on the implementation of the ordinance as well.
I just want to make sure that when we do implement the ordinance, we publicize the standard operating procedure, so it's very clear what the expectation is, and that we want to care for the people that were using it, make sure that they're handled compassionately, but still enforce the law, so.
Noted, noted. Thank you. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Further question is, I want to be cautious about the, is that? I want to be cautious about the impacts to the businesses. As I read it, the cost of the city retrieving the carts will be transferred to the businesses, and they will be their responsibility to reimburse the city, is how I'm reading it, for the costs of the retrieval of the shopping carts. And we've been in this situation before with other new policies and new ordinances we've had in the past where there has been impacts on the businesses. And Eric, you know really well through some of the environmental policy that we've developed that it's so helpful to our business owners to continue the outreach with them and understand if there's any issues they're having as they try to meet the new requirements. I mean, I'm thinking ahead now, but when and if this new policy is in place, to continue the outreach with the businesses so we understand what their challenges might be to meet the requirements of the policy, but also to connect them with each other, because there may be some best practices that they can all bring to the table to figure out how to reduce the financial impacts and the other associated costs of the program on them. So I've seen us have really great success with that in the past, and you've been a good leader in helping that happen. And I want to encourage us to continue to have that dialogue for a period of time so that we can help the business owners be responsive without it taking too much of a toll on them financially. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and the business the burden on business owners is a concern of mine as well. I think that the ordinance has been well-crafted to address that. I think it's largely been implemented in other cities. I think it's pretty clear that there is some cost shifting that is going to happen here. But it is my hope that it will overall reduce the incidence of cart abandonment. And I know there are some cities that have shopping centers that allow patrons to take the carts. I don't know if do we know of any shopping centers in our city that allow that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. So essentially, the argument that was made was that these shopping carts are being stolen, and it's kind of weird to put the cost to address that particular issue on the people that they were stolen from. And so while I'm sympathetic to that particular issue, I do believe that overall this is a really good approach for addressing the problem. So I'm going to support this. We are having a first reading here. Second reading will come in 30 days, I believe. January. So nothing would take effect until after that second reading, but we do have a motion and a second, so we'll be voting.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 10B, which is the council to select one of its members as deputy mayor. And per the Encinitas Municipal Code, every year in December, either the first meeting or a special meeting when we're installing the new council, the city council discusses and selects one of its members as deputy mayor, and they serve a term of 1 year.
Okay, great. And are there any public speakers?
We do have one, Natalie Satoon.
Okay.
Hi. So Natalie Satoon Cardiff. For many of us participating in the November 8th meeting with the L7 surplus land vote, we sat in awe as discussion unfolded. Aside from the mayor's inability to properly conduct the discussion, Councilperson Hensy made an intentional misrepresentation concerning purported legislation that was in fact totally non-existent. This misrepresentation resulted in Joy and Allison voting in favor of developing land intentionally purchased for open space. We watched Kelly totally bamboozle Allison and Joy with the L7 SLA vote by raising doubt and making them believe a pending state requirement was coming down the pipeline from legislation and effectuating January 1st, 2024. Anyone with a brain knows 2023 legislation closed September 14, with all legislation being on the books by October 14, well before the November 8th meeting. How are these three council members not astute enough to know when legislation convenes? I don't know who looked more ridiculous, Kelly or Allison and Joy, for falling for it. Following up, I did a PRA and nothing revealed the identity of the attorney Kelly referenced working with over the summer. Mayor Kranz, please follow up and direct Pam to let us know which mystery attorney provided this erroneous information that affects our city so we can report this person to the bar for providing such bad advice resulting in this vote. It is not a requirement of council to know, is it not a requirement of council to know when legislation closes for the year? This discussion should have included the fact that all legislative requirements were on the books for the year. Why did the city attorney fail to point this out? City Attorney Preziosi and Jace, please insist on Fundamental Politics 101. My support for the deputy mayor appointment stands with the only council person eligible for this appointment and who objected to this travesty, Bruce Ehlers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes public speakers.
Very good. I appreciate the public comments. We've received some emails. In reflecting on this, I have served as the deputy mayor 3 different times over my 11-year career and have always enjoyed the opportunity to provide support to the mayor. And I now have 1 year as mayor and appreciated the work that Deputy Mayor Lyons has done over the last year, and I felt like we worked very well together. I have looked at this issue in terms of appointments, and it really isn't anything that has any particular pattern anymore. There was a time when there would be a mayor that was appointed, and then a deputy mayor, and then the deputy mayor would follow into the mayor's seat. But since we've gone to an elected mayor, that has gone away. So I am going to nominate the person that I think I would enjoy working with, and that would be Councilmember Blackburn. So, Deputy Mayor, Councilmember Hensy.
Did you say Councilmember Blackwell?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That was going to be the direction that I was going to suggest as well. I had the opportunity to serve as deputy mayor when it was my second year serving on the city council. And I think in part it was because I had never run a meeting before. And so learning how to do that as serving also as president of the water district was a really great opportunity to run a meeting, learn Robert's Rules of Order a little bit more in depth, and get the chance to represent the city when the mayor wasn't available. One time the mayor was off the grid, and Jennifer Campbell, who was the acting city manager at the time, and I had a really big decision to make. And it was definitely a coming of age moment for me. So I think it's a really great opportunity for the newest person. I think Bruce would also make an excellent deputy mayor. I think you come to us with a lot of experience already serving as the former chair of the Planning Commission, and perhaps you'll be the deputy mayor in 2025. But I think for now, Allison will make a great deputy mayor. Additionally, I think I was selected in 2020 because the majority of our city's projects were being constructed in my district, which was the El Portal Undercross and the Streetscape project. And so that was a really great opportunity for me to preside over those projects and really get up close and personal with them, and you have a front row seat to how things work. So thank you for that recommendation, Mayor. I support it. If that was a motion, I'll second it.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz. And I just wanted to reflect that it's an easy job actually to be deputy mayor while you're serving as mayor, because you're always present. You're always here. I think the only time I had to take over a meeting was when you had COVID. But it does provide a person the opportunity to learn how to lead with the San Diego Water District, which I think is a very important, larger and ancillary responsibility that we have. And so I'll be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I will not be supporting it, but probably not for the reason you think. I actually would have supported Kelly or Joy. It's not that I don't have faith in Allison to do a very good job but this gets back to the same reason with the appointment. It's the will of the people. You just selected for deputy mayor that could act in your stepping down or whatever, happens in the future, or temporary or whatever. You selected somebody who was not elected, duly elected by the people, but appointed by the majority. And so this is a continuation of the same policy I objected to and voted against when we appointed. So with that, let's vote.
All right, very good. I understand, your point of view. I would add that, in fact, there are 4 people who are qualified to be deputy mayor, and no matter how they got up on this dais, they equally are qualified. And everybody here could do a great job. I happen to think that the opportunity to serve with Councilmember Blackwell as deputy mayor is something that I would enjoy over the next year. So, Councilmember Blackwell.
Warren, did I do this right? I did. Okay. I get my own little mic because mine's not working. I feel like I should sing. But I just wanted to say I very much appreciate the comments I heard. I'm a bit sitting here digesting them all, but I do want to say this. I think that the mayor's right. There are 4 people who could be deputy mayor. And as a council, we've worked really well together this year. And I think really we all could do a good job at deputy mayor. So I do appreciate the collegiality we've had and what we've built over this year. And I've enjoyed that very much. If we move forward with that nomination to have me be deputy mayor, I will do my very best, and I'm confident I could be successful. So I do that with every job I do, and I would do the same. So thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
I just wanted to reiterate it. I don't mean any disrespect to you whatsoever. That I have confidence you'll do well. But again, it's listening to the people and the process, and I think we are once again stepping away from the will of the people. That's the way it is. So that's what elections are for. Thank you.
Okay, we'll vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Ehlers voting no. Takes us to item 10C.
Okay, thank you. And we don't do any musical chairs right now, do we?
No.
It's next
No, we
meeting.
do not, the next meeting.
10C is legislative policy and priorities, review and discussion for potential updates. This is a follow-up to our previous discussion of about a month and a half ago. And my understanding is that Assistant City Manager and Lois have a ready-to-go document that we're going to consider live.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, new Deputy Mayor, members of council. We are back here a second time. We did go ahead and present the legislative priorities and policies and program on October 11th. With that meeting, City Council discussed the priorities and gave staff direction to obtain input from the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission regarding items related to active transportation and to bring back proposed edits for City Council consideration. reflecting City Council comments and suggestions. I attended the November 13th Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission meeting. We discussed the current program and the policies. The commission did move forward 5 recommendations for the City Council to consider. So I do want to thank the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission for their time that evening and the thorough and thoughtful recommendations. So tonight, I do have with me Senior Management Analyst Lois Yum. We went ahead and did a draft of all the comments from the Mobility Traffic Safety Commission, comments we received from council, also comments that were given at the October 11th meeting. So we have made some of those. I do want to go ahead and do a couple updates to that draft that we do have. One item under protect local control, on the last bullet, it's actually supposed to be state-imposed density bonus law. And in the second, or the bullet right before that, it's protect local control of land use, not us decisions. So basically, you can see we did some track changes. We deleted some comments that people felt that we no longer needed in our legislative priorities, mostly pertaining to the pandemic. So we do have live and on the screen, Senior Management Analyst Yum will be able to update. So tonight we are looking for council to approve, add, delete to the legislative program policy and priorities. And so we're here to take any direction from council that you may have.
Okay, Councilmember Ayers.
Yeah, on page 7, we have a single bullet that I think is redundant. It says support active transportation investment, and then we have a whole section on it that we've added. So we should either combine them, move them together, or do whatever, right? Because we have the whole new section at the bottom. Let's see, so that's one. And then we have on page 9, it's something about AB 645, which has passed and been signed into law. So I just wondered, do we need that there? It's hard, I mean, we could support it, but it's already there.
Mayor, members of council, so AB 645 is a pilot program for some cities in California to use automated, basically speeding mechanisms to catch violators due to the number of incidents and accidents they have. So it is a pilot program. I think the intention of the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission is they like automated, basically automated methods of speed enforcement. So I think that was their intention. But again, they are only recommendations. And of course, I did let the commission know that they are only recommendations to City Council, and City Council would have to approve those. They could amend or change or deny.
And then we've actually had red light enforcement that we then took away. And it seems like, is that really, does it rise to this level of policy setting? Is this council now in support of red light cameras and automatic speed enforcement? So I would recommend deleting that one.
Would you mind saying that again, Bruce?
On the, let's see, page 9, where it says support legislation that automates enforcement for speeding and red light violators, and specifically for AB 645. Since AB 645 has passed and been signed, I don't see that we need to support it. But the idea of supporting legislation that automates enforcement for speeding and red light violators, I don't think that rises up to a policy, because we usually try and avoid things that are controversial. Certainly, previous councils have supported it, or this council or a recent council has taken away the enforcement, automatic stoplight enforcement. And so I would say that doesn't belong at this level of legislative lobbying.
I understand, thank you.
Let's hear from public speakers. We have 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yes, we do. Scott Campbell, followed by Natalie Satoon.
All right, this is the last you're going to hear of me tonight. Let's go back a little bit. I would have asked how much the shopping carts cost. That would be interesting. And Mayor, council's not about learning on the job. But let's talk about this agenda item. Terminology is important. Several on the council have had problems with terminology in the past, and we need clarification. I mean, just today, I had an issue with running an assay, start a scan, do a test. They're all referring to the same thing. We have some new members on our team. We had to clarify this. This is interesting stuff. I'm not here really to make changes on this thing, although the red light cameras is an issue. It's a privacy issue, and it's probably an optics issue. Once people start getting tickets, citizens, there will probably be an uproar. The red lights were failed. They failed miserably. They're very related. But what I really want to get back to is the terminology. What does support mean? And, this is about legislative support positions. Does support only mean affirmative support? Does it also mean we are against something? Does it mean opposition? Support we need to have this terminology. Does it also mean that we can advocate for the removal of state laws? We shouldn't just be a one-way, only rah, rah, rah on things that the state does. Because the state does lots of things we don't like. We've got all these local control, land use issues. The council has been heard many, many times. We support local control. Your legislative policy really don't back that up. Start advocating to remove some of these laws that are causing costs for the city, unfunded mandates. We have to spend money just doing planning for all these state stuff. And here we are, it says we're going to support it. Make up your mind, get the definition straight, and we'll see you again.
So this council is veered away from the general plan. You say you would want one thing, but the bottom line, the votes are the real indicator of the allegiance to the state, not to Encinitas. Maintaining and protecting local control should not be just words on the agenda. Many cities in our state have linked arms to protect their own general plan, but what we in Encinitas have seen over the past several years, the votes representing a forged alliance with the state. So many of the 2024 recommendations kowtow to state proposal. Where are the recommendations specific to Encinitas issues and challenges? We need to refocus and drill down on attainable and preventable measures faced in our own community, public health and safety, e-bike safety. I live by SDA. It's horrible. We need random motorcycle enforcement on a routine basis. We need more law enforcement, because regardless of fault, a vehicle's going to win over the bike, and the innovative lanes just aren't preventing bad decision-making. School safety, with so many accidents happening in the vicinity of school zones, why is it not included to have a blinking light pedestrian crossing by the school zones? There was an accident today earlier by SDA. I believe a student was struck. Community safety, per a conversation I had with Captain Lawrence 3 weeks ago outside, my concerns that we do not have adequate sheriff's resources were validated. We need preventative measures. More cameras would be great at hotspots. Moonlight is a hotspot for drug sales to our community youth. ECP in conjunction with Scripps ED is a hotspot for homeless crime. The parks, enforcing park hour ordinances, clean the benches nightly with some environmentally safe cleaner during park closure hours. The public needs sanitary seating. Quality of life measures are absent. Residents have asked for a pickleball court. We need more lifestyle resources. Also, quality of life. Just this past Sunday morning, a sketchy homeless guy was fondling himself on the 101, 10 o'clock in the morning. I stopped at Vaughn's on my way home, and a homeless man was overdosing inside Vaughn's at the checkout counter. Overdose is traumatizing for adults to witness, let alone young children, and I can tell you my nerves were shot just trying to enjoy my town. The city concept of normalizing homelessness just isn't working. The homeless bring health risks, safety, loss of peaceable environment to the public. And these are not just unhoused neighbors, they're vagrants, and they're dangerous, and they're living on our streets. This is an important concept for this council to understand. 4 in my small circle have been recently attacked or accosted by homeless, 5 if you include our mayor. Also missing is community engagement and resident input. Many of the subcommittee meetings, agendas, and audio-video are totally absent, and we must repeatedly request upload, and if meetings are only audio, we can't discern who is speaking. Relevant discussion is meeting, and I'm asking we maintain priority to resolve the local issues and not drown in fulfilling state proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I have a question and a comment. The question is more editorial. On page 5, I'd like to ask staff, since we removed expand pandemic relief further on in the document, should it be also removed under the statement of primary priority areas?
Yes, we have. We went ahead and did that.
All right.
Thank you.
If I missed that, I'm sorry. I apologize. Secondly, I want staff's opinion. I have always, and this is related to one of the speaker's comments, I have always assumed that when we say we're going to support something, say, for instance, we say support reimbursement to cities for all state and federal mandates. So we say we support that. That actually also implies that if there's something that's put forward that is a state mandate with city costs, we would oppose that as well. I've always just understood it that way. Am I understanding it right?
Yes, Councilmember Lyons. So these are whether it's to expand, support, promote. So generally what happens is we get asked to either support or oppose bills depending on who's asking. A lot of times they might come from our legislative consultant. They may come from another policymaker, another politician. Generally, we are able to look at the bills based on the priorities that we have. Anytime we either support or oppose a bill, that has to go to City Council. If it is very timely that we need to send that opposition or support letter, the mayor has the right to sign that, and then we take it back to City Council for ratification. If there's enough time, we generally take it to City Council for a vote of support. It gives folks a chance to be able to talk on the item, gives council the chance to discuss that, and then we would move that forward. So these are just priorities, and using the word expand, support, promote, those are more general terms. When the bill will actually come up, you'll know more of what the bill is actually entailing and what you're supporting, and then council can make that decision whether they truly want to support or oppose it.
Right. I think that answered the question. And that is that this is stating our priorities, and it could come up in terms of a support or an oppose, but it just states our priorities.
Yes.
I got it. And the only other thing I wanted to say is I support Councilmember Ayler's suggestion to remove the one item on page 7 that is under the support active transportation, item number 3, bullet number 3. I can't recall how that got on the list, but in reading it, I'm in support of his suggestion.
Okay. And the active transportation item supporting legislation that automates enforcement for speeding and red light violators, and specifically for AB 645. I think that, the reality is that any state legislation is going to allow jurisdictions, local jurisdictions, to make decisions about implementation of those programs. So I guess the biggest question is whether we want to have the ability to have that conversation. And so supporting, this particular item doesn't mean it's going to be implemented. It means that there may be legislation that allows the city council to consider it. And yes, I was on the losing side of the vote on the red light cameras. It's really a bummer to get a ticket for running a red light, but the option is to not run the red light, so there's that. I think that, the resources of our deputies needing to enforce these particular laws makes it very challenging, and I'm looking for ways to slow people down and keep people from running red lights. So if I can use automation, I'm inclined to do that. But again, I'm confident that there's no state legislation that's going to mandate that we put these things in. So I'm okay with leaving it in there. Councilmember Hinsey.
Yeah, I was also with you on the losing end of the vote to remove the red light cameras. And from what I gather from the Traffic and Public Safety Commission, this has been quite a topic of concern for them, wanting to see both speeding cameras and red light cameras. So, I don't have a super strong opinion about it, but if something does come up, I think we should be able to weigh in on it for the reasons that the mayor stated. So I would be in support of keeping it listed because, we did ask for the Mobility Commission's opinion, and this is what they gave back to us.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Just a clarification, did you want to keep the AB 645 reference in there, given that it passed and was signed?
Say that again?
Well, I think, yeah, because it's just a pilot. And so if there's further legislation for what the pilot intends, then we'll probably update our legislative priorities at that time.
But would that stay under that same
Put your
Sorry, I hit it twice. Would they extend, would it still be AB 645? I don't think so. That's my only point. I understand your policy level here, but I thought the specific reference to AB 645 is dated.
I actually don't have any problem with striking that specificity of 48B 645. That bill, my understanding is that those cities that wanted to be in that pilot program are implementing the program.
That's right.
And so, what's going to happen is that when the pilot's over, they're going to say, yeah, we'll make this statewide, or they're not going to say it. But that doesn't mean every city in the state has to implement it.
But I assume it would be a legislative action that would make it statewide, not AB 645 doesn't automatically turn into statewide.
I don't know the law that well, so maybe we can get some
surprised.
analysis about that. But I'm happy to strike that if you want.
Yeah.
Just as long as, I do believe that automated enforcement is a way to save resources on human resources in law enforcement. So, there are always questions about privacy and related to how the program works and whether it's, there were always allegations that we were adjusting our yellow light timing and all sorts of things. So I get that there are those issues, and I want to state very clearly that there's not going to be I don't expect any proposals to implement any red light cameras anytime soon. So, but I think that the state looking at this is important. I would also ask for one other consideration, and that would be to add support for defining workforce housing.
All right, so Mayor, so we are going to go ahead and strike then, and specifically for AB 645.
Correct.
Okay, we're having Lois do that real time.
So promote affordable housing opportunities at all local levels. I would like to see a support legislation that defines workforce housing and allows for establishing local priority for affordable housing units.
Yep.
Anybody have any problems with that? And the workforce issue is, we do have a workforce that skews, there are plenty of people that are in the very low income category. And so for me, it's, the housing opportunities that we have in our city, for people that work here in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other things, I think is an important part of our affordable housing program.
Okay.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just going to point out, if you go to the section right above, there is a mention of workforce housing, and I think it's the fourth bullet down. So I think that might capture what you want to say. Maybe not, but it might be redundant if we add it below.
Yeah, I stand corrected, that's fine.
thank you.
I think that well, I believe there is a bill coming this next session, and I think that would cover us supporting it, but we'll look to bring it back to the council before we send that letter and make sure of that. Any other proposed changes?
I don't have any.
So I would entertain a motion to approve these.
I'll move to approve.
I second. I second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to 10D, design and plans for safety enhancement projects for bike facilities. And we're going to hear from our city engineer, Jill Bankston, and our city traffic engineer, Abe Bandigan. Oh, and the mobility manager, too, might have a thing or two to say.
So they just deleted that. Deleted that, and that was it. And then I'll accept all the other changes.
All right, good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. Presenting here tonight our safety enhancements for bicycle facilities in the city. A bit of background, as you all recall, we had the unfortunate situation of fatality in the city, and then we had to declare a local emergency in June this year. The immediate actions after was we started a public awareness campaign. There were more than 300 yard signs distributed. We had 20 changeable message signboards installed around the city in the vicinity of schools and other high traffic, high volume areas. There was an education campaign. We added a new webpage to the city with a lot of information about safety and mobility. We did a quick sweep of the city, a quick evaluation, engineering evaluation of the existing infrastructure of the city. City Council in September reviewed the engineering department's evaluation of the city infrastructure with the quick build improvements that we identified and directed us to do a few things. Additional information on our website, additional web content, educational material, directed us to quickly design those projects that were presented to council in September, and then come back in 3 months presenting those designs, hopefully for blessing and approval and design immunity, and going out to construction possibly after. This is the same list of bike safety projects that were presented to council in September. Our staff worked really hard the past 3 months, designed pretty much all of these projects in-house, obviously with the caveat of having to put a few of our work plan items on hold, but we were able to keep our promise, finish the design for all these projects, and tonight we're here to review those and approve. I didn't bring all the designs. I assume if there is a question about any of the designs, council members will bring it up. But a few sample projects, like at these 3 locations, we designed new bike lanes that are either non-existent or not acceptable. And a sample I brought is a Village Parkway. As you can see, Village Parkway, we're adding a new bike lane with a door zone buffer on an existing facility that doesn't have a bike lane. It just has a wide outside parking lane. This is how it looks right now. As you can see, a wide two-way left turn lane, wide travel lanes, and a wide outside lane. What we have planned for this is a narrowing of all the travel lanes to 10 feet, and then the extra width that we're gaining will get us something like this. On top, you can see the existing cross-section, and on the bottom is our design. We have multiple other streets like this, as I mentioned in the previous slide, but this is just a sample. The CAD drawing for all of them was attached to the council report. The next set of improvements were potential bike boxes. This is kind of a new thing. There are a few of these in the county and in the state, but you might have noticed these green boxes or the L-shaped bike boxes in other areas of town where the bicyclists make a one-stage or two-stage, mostly two-stage left turns. The way it works, we presented these last time, and we have them at multiple locations. We had multiple meetings with Bike Walk Encinitas and other advocacy group. There is a video here. Let me show you. It gives you a better idea.
Two-stage left turn boxes provide an easy, safe way for people on bikes to make left turns on busier streets. They are painted green boxes on the pavement where you can wait out of the path of traffic to complete your left turn. To use the box, if you're riding a bike and want to make a left turn, on a green light you should go straight through the intersection and into the box. Turn your bike to the left, then wait for the light to turn green or wait for the all-walk signal and ride through the intersection. If you use the all-walk signal, please be sure to yield to pedestrians. Two-stage.
So these are the original locations that when we presented those potential enhancement options to council were included in our proposal. We did design bike boxes at all of these intersections. However, after meeting with the advocacy group with the bike walk and checking what other cities have done and the very limited design standard and the material that is blessed by FHWA, because this is not yet an MUTCD, it is blessed by FHWA, which is the, I guess, higher authority. But because of the limited material, we had some concerns about implementation and success of this. Obviously, safety is of most importance. One concern was that we want these bike boxes to be out of, like this picture on the right, as you can see, shows a parking lane on the east and west streets. So this is straight from FHWA standard. One concern is that if you don't have a parking lane, this bike box would basically be in front of the bike lane, so it would block the through movement of the bicyclists. Another caveat is, as you can see clearly in the guidelines of FHWA, you have to prevent right turn on reds. So every time you implement a bike box, automatically the right turn on red disappears. The location is still on the street, albeit safe. It's at a corner that is not in the path of travel, but it's still the bicyclist is waiting on the street. So due to these concerns, staff recommends a pilot, not doing it at all these locations, but starting with the corner that we found with the geometry of these different 4 intersections. This is the safest location. This bike box at the northeast corner of Vulcan and Encinitas Boulevard has decent volume of left turn going from northbound Vulcan onto westbound Encinitas going toward 101. It's a safe location. It's as you can see, it's not in the path of the westbound bike lane. It's not in the path of the northbound bike lane. And there is a safe corner that we can implement this as a pilot. That's the only deviation, not necessarily deviation, but the only suggestion we have compared to what we brought to council in September. All those projects, we're recommending them. This one we're recommending we start with this pilot and see how it goes with the feedback and input we received from Bike Walk Encinitas. Another set of projects are the bike lane buffers. These are existing bike lanes where we're adding a new buffer or widening existing buffer. 4 projects: Manchester, Garden View, South El Camino Real. This is a CAD drawing that was attached for Garden View. Similarly, existing a roadway relatively fast because of the fact that there are really not that many activities around the edges of the corridor. No land uses, so cars can go with minimal friction a little bit faster here. So the buffer can definitely help the bicyclists. The idea is similar. By narrowing the travel lanes to 10, we'll be able to widen the bike lane from 5 to 6 and add a 2-footer buffer to the corridor. Shadow markings, a few locations were identified. These were mostly in high activity corridors or vicinity of schools when they were initially identified. We are coming back to council next week with a new Encinitas traffic management program that includes policies to implement different improvements in the city, including a policy for sharrows. These locations that we have sharrows right now proposed do meet our future policy. Another one is the cross bikes. You have sure seen the recent ones that we did in the city. With the cycle track, with the phase 2 of the cycle track, we did one at Swami's, we did one at Chesterfield. These are locations where the bicyclists would be able to cross parallel to an existing crosswalk. The three major intersections that we're recommending these, we are recommending a landing area, a safe zone on the side of the road. This is an example again, Ballure and Encinitas Boulevard. So as you can see, I do have another picture. On the west side of the intersection, parallel to the existing crosswalk, we are introducing a new crossing, a green crossing just for bikes. And bikes who are going westbound, instead of turning left from westbound Encinitas Boulevard onto Ballure, they continue kind of like the two-stage box that you saw the video for. They will go to the other side of the intersection, to the west side of the intersection, to the landing area. They get out of the travel way. There is a landing pad. There's a push button there for them. They press a button, and then they'll cross. So you're familiar with this. This is Ballure looking at the west leg of the intersection. So this crossing will basically be added here, and there will be a landing by that signal pole on the north side of the intersection. So they'll be crossing safely here, similar to a pedestrian crossing, but they'll have their own dedicated landing area and push button. And at various locations on the map, you saw various corridors that we suggested additional signage for bike safety and pedestrian safety. In the vicinity of a school, these are multiple roadways that will get these additional signages. We did update with the new design our cost estimate. So now we have two sets of two columns, as you can see. One column is a cost estimate that we have for restriping these roads without slurry, either by blacking out existing striping or by water blasting existing striping. We have done it in some areas, mostly narrow roads with minimal existing striping. We removed existing and added new striping. You can see on the top left a picture of Vulcan. The reason we decided to do that was because we knew Vulcan was going to be repaved this year. So when we did this project last year, or was it the year before, we didn't repave or slurry the road because the slurry wouldn't really last. The pavement wasn't in good condition. The bottom one on the left is the version with a slurry. As you can see, a lot cleaner, nicer, obviously with the cost difference that a slurry requires. So the total cost for the current estimate for the design is about $620,000 for the restriping. If we add a slurry to the roads that we recommend slurrying them for a nicer, cleaner look, is an extra $500,000 for a total of 1.1. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Councilmember Hinsey.
I can wait till after the public speaker.
Okay.
Brian Blair?
I just want to say how impressed I am with how late all of you stay so consistently in an effort to make the city a good place. It really stands out to me when I'm here late watching all of you operate. I asked ChatGPT about green paint and if it's helpful in California and if it saves lives. I just want to read you two quick things that it told me. It said that the green paint has been found to be quite helpful in improving road safety for cyclists, and so which can potentially save lives. Green bike lanes increase the visibility of the space allocated for cyclists. This is particularly important at intersections or places where bike lanes intersect with vehicle traffic lanes. The distinct coloration helps alert drivers to the presence of cyclists and the boundaries of bike lanes. These lanes contribute to the overall safety of cyclists by clearly delineating a space for them on the road. Adding bike lanes, especially visible and well-marked ones, encourages people to choose cycling. They found that in some cities that bicyclists feel more seen. So I'm here to say the more green paint we can put on the road, in my opinion, the better. And so Abe and his team, I think, have been incredibly thoughtful, and I'm here because I reviewed this, and I was so excited to see these large swaths of paint, because I know when I travel in other cities where I see them doing this, I'm instantly aware that there may be a cyclist there, and it changes and shapes my behavior as a driver. And then also when I'm on a bicycle here in Encinitas or elsewhere, I feel safe when I'm in a green painted area. And I think that it's something that as we consider all of these great designs that Abe has put together, that we err on the side of more green paint. And I just think that's the primary thing that I wanted to say. And then in my last minute, one of the things that I'm really encouraged about as I've been involved or tried to pay attention to traffic calming and come to city council meetings, I'm encouraged by this collective effort I see to make the roads safer. And I hope that the council will support whatever Abe and his team bring regarding designs for traffic calming, for stop signs, for roundabouts, this effort to slow down as many city streets as possible starting in July of next year. Because my vision, what I see happening as all of these things are implemented across the city, I see a much safer Encinitas. And I see a lot more people of all ages safely riding bicycles. I see safer pedestrians, crossing streets. So I hope that we'll err on the side of green paint, and that we'll support what Abe and his team are bringing. I, as a citizen, have just been very impressed by all of what I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You did a very good job of articulating, I think, the efforts in large part of this council over the last decade. And it has been slow going, but I think we're clearly making progress. So appreciate you acknowledging that. Councilmember Hinsey.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. That was really beautiful and inspiring, and I didn't know that about bike lanes, or green bike lanes, so that makes me feel like the work is even more important. I do have quite a few questions, so I'll try to simplify. So starting with the funds that we'll be using to make these improvements possible, will we be using the entirety of our Safe Routes to School and our general mobility fund balances to do these projects?
Very, very close to the entirety. We will have a little amount left, but yes, pretty much depletes those two accounts.
Okay, so if we wanted to implement anything between now and July 1st, 2024, we'd have to do so with budget savings from this last fiscal year. But it is possible.
Oh, with council, everything is possible.
I love that answer, Abe.
I'm not sure I like the way you say that.
Bring Abe around more often.
I'm not sure I like the way he said that.
Okay, so specifically, this is amazing. I love seeing where we are adding bike lanes where we haven't had them in the past. I took a look at the Deganio improvements, and am I correct in seeing that we might be eliminating a two-way section of the road to be just one way in and then have a bike lane adjacent to it?
When you enter the narrow area in front of Deganio, it will remain two-way. I'm not sure which part. Well, let me pull the design.
Let me pull that up. So maybe we're moving a center line so that we can fit the bike lane, because as of right now.
Correct. We are moving the center line there.
Let's see, does anybody have Deganio?
Abe's pulling it up.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I see there's no cross street depicted. Maybe it's just the walkway. 24. So it's on page, 24. There's the keep clear intersection, and then continuing on, it's just a 10-foot travel lane next to, oh, I see, it's the median.
So this is right inside the narrower area of Village Park, where we have two 10-footer travel lanes.
Okay, yeah, I misread it. I thought that the median was not going to be two ways. I thought it was going to be one way. So just a suggestion, if it's possible, where the bike lane ends and it turns into a Sharrow, is there any way to do green dashing across that intersection to sort of guide the students from the bike lane and into the Sharrow or into a bike lane that might meet them on the inside of that driveway? Because it's a little bit of an abrupt ending to the bike lane that goes right into the Sharrow. And I don't know that the middle schoolers are like attuned to that.
Yeah, we're very flexible. That's basically like dead-end area pretty much. It gets to that gate where it gets to the neighborhood on the other side. There's really nothing going on there. We can pretty much do.
But that's where they turn into the parking lot to
Correct.
park their bikes. So I think that's an important turn for them to have some
Yeah.
visibility.
Do they turn in, the parking, bike parking is all the way in, and is it the lower parking lot entry there, or the upper one is just the loop back, right?
I think this
Trying to
goes
remember.
pretty much to the last one, to the loop one in the end.
And do the kids go in on the road, or do they go hopping up on the sidewalk? Because they have to go up on the sidewalk ultimately to get to the bike parking, as I recall. I walked this
I can open the street
once a
view.
week.
Yeah, I guess the main point here is that there should be a transition, if possible, stripe between the ending of the bike lane and then where the Sharrow begins. And if there's a way to give them the directionality and say, go this way, they might not hop up onto the curb.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
This might be an appropriate place for cross-hatched green.
Yeah, that's what I said, a dashed green
Yeah.
pathway
I
of
see
travel.
what you're saying now, yeah.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going forward straight, right, except the fire truck. Because that's, the gate is right there. In fact, there used to be bollards there. Oh, there you go, yeah. Oh,
So the purpose, is to guide kids, but also I think teachers are turning in here. Maybe parents even go in there to drop off. And so just to let them know, they might have a child just exiting the bike lane and going right in front of them to enter into the parking lot, I think would be a good use of green paint.
I'm not sure about the width here, but if the width allows us, maybe we can create something that doesn't look that wide, but if it does, maybe kind of a separation.
Yeah, that's a
for
great
the
idea, a
bicyclists, yeah.
multi-use path or something.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, it
even
would be a
maybe
school
they
right
could
over, yeah.
consider making that one way in instead of two ways in and out, if there's another exit. Because that was a big, we observed it together, Abe, and that was a big kind of cross point for pedestrians, bikes, and cars. So any way that we can parse it out and let them know where their space is, I think would be really helpful there.
The crosswalks that we discussed is already done. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
you.
that's great. I saw that. I looked on Google Maps. Okay, so my next comment is
But point
on-
taken, understood.
Thank you. Next comment is about the bike lane that leads into a Sharrow on Saxony between Leach-Tag and Leucadia Boulevard. So I think that project is coming before us next week. But I do want us to at least have the option to consider the elimination of parking there, if that is the constraint, to let the bike lane continue all the way through, at least so that we know that, it's not feasible for these reasons, or the parking ended up being really important to neighbors, because that's another area where that transition needs to be really clear.
So the direction that council provided us when Quail and Saxony item was brought to council, I think that one was also in September with the same 1 week lag, was to go with a Sharrow design, which we did, but communicate this idea to the resident. We, a few weeks ago, I think 3 weeks ago, sent out a letter to all the residents along that stretch of Saxony, and provided this idea that City Council, to enhance bicycle safety, wants to receive your input and feedback to see what you feel about this parking removal. Last I checked yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the number of feedbacks we received was not high. I think we only
There wasn't
received
a lot
like
of participation in the
three or
survey.
4 responses. So I'm not sure if we want to stop there, if we want to start a community outreach or to have like a meeting. It was just a letter that we sent with the idea.
I think it's easier to go ahead and do the bike lane, and if there's a lot of opposition, to remove it and go back to parking, because it's just paint. But we
If
can
that's
discuss,
council
we can
direction,
discuss
yeah,
it on the
that's-
20th. I think wherever we can have the continuity of bike lanes, it's the transition between the bike lane ending and going into a Sharrow that I see a lot of conflict opportunity, and I want to avoid it. Okay, so about the pilot with the bike boxes, yeah, these are hard to understand, and I even saw there was a difference in the type of bike boxes that we're using versus the way that NACTO depicts them. And I couldn't quite understand why we wouldn't do the way that NACTO has portrayed it, with the whole green bar across the intersection Am I misunderstanding that, or is that a possibility for us to do?
So there are two separate types of boxes. One box that is like a L-shaped bike box where Caltrans recently did at just east of the freeway. Let me quickly show you. I wish I had a photo of a. So that's not a two-stage. So these ones, this is, I think, from NACTO. This left one is a NACTO one. So this bike box here is a one stage, basically. So the difference is the bicyclist comes in here and just goes into the left turn pocket. It turns left with the vehicles. So you have to cross in front of the through vehicles to get into the left turn pocket, or just come stand in front of them and then turn left with them. The two-stage one that we chose, we initially started evaluating with this, but then Bikewalk's opinion was that the two-stage, although a little slower, is a lot safer because there's minimal conflict with the vehicles. So the two-stage, these pictures, all of them that you can see, they are, I think, the one that you were talking about. The biker in these would come into the intersection area and then would move to the left in front of the through-moving vehicles when they stop, obviously, and then turn left when the green arrow for the left comes up, or if it's a permissive operation just with the vehicles. This one is a one lane. No, even the two lane, like this one, then the middle one is a one lane and a one left turn pocket. So they would go all the way in front of the left turn pocket and turn left with them. But the one that we have right now, it's just a little box, and they continue their path as if they're like a regular bicycle crossing the intersection. They go to the, like in this case of like westbound Encinitas, for example, they cross the intersection with their green. When they get here, they have to stop. They have to stop all the vehicles, all the westbound Encinitas Boulevard goes, and then this one would get its green with the vehicles that are going to this side and then continues going down. That's why it's called a two-stage box. So the delay is obviously a lot higher. Like in this case, is northbound Vulcan going to westbound Encinitas. So this bike lane obviously is not there right now. It's in our future story repaving project. But when the bike lane is added, this bicyclist, when cars are having their green going northbound Vulcan, this biker will continue, as we saw in the video, with the cars, comes here, stops here until westbound Encinitas gets its green. When westbound gets its green, this biker would continue crossing. So when they got here, they have to turn their bikes 90 degrees basically and then just sit there and wait.
Got it. Okay. And so you suggest just one pilot location, I think. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think we should pilot. I like that idea, but I think we should try it at more than one intersection, because this, if it fails here, I don't want us to not try it, because there are intersections that I think would be maybe better candidates. For example, the ones that are just the three-way intersections, like the entrance to Manchester, to me seems like a good one, as well as Santa Fe and El Camino Real, because isn't it a little bit simpler when you don't have that right on red conflict?
So for Santa Fe at El Camino, we have the cross bike, which is the safest option. Let me pull back our.
So on the three legs, a cross bike kind of serves the same purpose because you don't have that cross traffic in two directions.
And that's not for pilot consideration. Those ones we're going to
No,
go ahead and do.
cross
Okay,
bikes.
I'm supportive of that. Are there any other bike box locations that you'd recommend for the pilot that maybe are different than this Vulcan Encinitas Boulevard intersection, where we could try it in other configurations?
So these are the ones that we designed, like Encinitas at El Camino, obviously has good volume. Our major concern here was first speed at El Camino, the fact that these bicyclists, they're technically out of the path of travel. These locations are chosen in a way that they're out of the path of travel, but they're still on the pavement. So a mistake can be disastrous. The second concern was the right turn at all these corners is huge. And with each one of these boxes, the right turn on red would have to be eliminated, which would have a I guess, considerable impact on the delay of the vehicles at the intersection. So the caveat, I guess, is that it's a balancing thing. Like, we would delay thousands of vehicles per day for the sake of we don't know how many bikers that would use it. A lot of cycles, we might not even have a biker there, but the sign will always remain. There's no way of saying if there is a biker, there's no turn on red. If the sign is there, there's no turn on red 24/7.
I'd like to interrupt and ask if there would be some consideration by my colleagues to convene a special meeting next Wednesday. We're late, and there's a lot of questions, and we have another presentation from Nick, and I think you raised some really good questions about piloting, and I really want to go down deep into some of these proposals. So the idea would be to, Abe mentioned Encinitas Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan, which he eliminated one letter. I can't remember which letter he eliminated, but that's going to be on an agenda. So we would have this, that, and
Saxony Quail Gardens too.
Saxony.
We do have closed session and STWD next week, so we won't be able to
Right.
start earlier. We just have to add it to the
Right. So if we started at 3,
I think we already are.
is that too much for you guys?
Merry Christmas.
Because we want to do it before the end of the year?
Yes. That's what I'd rather do, but I mean, we could kick it into January if you prefer. It's getting late. We have one more presentation that's important, and the detail that we're getting to is really good. I think that it's good for the staff to hear the feedback and the public to understand that we've thoughtfully considered this. It's late at night, and so I would like to ask that we continue this to a date uncertain, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
show
that's
us
fine.
starting at 4, right? Is that, okay, so.
Pardon me?
Somebody said something about we were starting at 3 already, but I.
No, we're starting at 4 with a closed session, and then we got Water District, and so, I think that's pretty early to start, and if we don't need to do it for this year, if we do it in January, will that work for everybody? And we'll get it as early as possible? Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Always fine, I can next week.
Okay, we'll make
I don't
January
mind next
work.
week.
Continue this?
Okay? And that would be with the traffic management thing, all those things together. And there's scheduled right now, Saxony, I think, or something. There was, yep, those 3 things coming in a kind of a early special meeting, workshop-y thing.
Sure. I have
Okay.
a night for myself.
What's that?
I have a whole night for myself.
It's the Abe show.
Okay, so we're going to continue this to date uncertain, and we are going to move on to the next item, which is 11. And our mobility manager, Nick. Mr. Nick Buck. And interim director of Parks and Rec / deputy city manager has been hanging out too. So Roy, thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. Abe is going to prove to be a really tough act to follow. He was on fire tonight. Thank you for being here this evening. I'm really happy to present to you updates about non-infrastructure mobility-related items, which the city's working on to improve bike and e-bike safety and to promote access to and enjoyment of active transportation opportunities for all, as well as what's to come in 2024. Looking at the slide, we can definitely use a better mobility graphic. That's something to come in 2024 maybe too, but we borrowed that one. But here's what we're going to be looking at this evening. Moving on. Some background information. As you're aware, in April 2023, Council shared with the attendees at the School District Liaison Committee meeting that if approved, a new staff position, Mobility Manager, would work as a liaison between the city and the school districts to expand education. Then in June of 23, City Council adopted the fiscal year budget to include the Mobility Manager position. In July, the Mobility Manager was hired, yay me. And then June 28th, the city declared a local state of emergency for bicycle, e-bicycle, and motorized mobility device safety. And then into fall, summer and fall 23, we started increasing education and outreach efforts. First, I'll share some information about bike safety in Encinitas. Since early 2021, in partnership with the San Diego County Bike Coalition, the city has increased educational offerings for the public. These have been via webinar and in-person classes, primarily once a month registration-based classes that we've been offering. We saw both e-bike use and demand for education programs peak between September 2022 and August 23, when we saw a 54% increase in participation in our classes over the same 21-22 period. For a few years now, we've continued to tune and tailor our classes to best provide education and on-the-bike practice using local infrastructure, and to teach in a way that equips riders to be conspicuous, to make the best informed choices about where and how to ride based on their level of experience and comfort and abilities. Our classes generally are held on the third Saturday of the month at the community center and are 3 hours long, with 1 hour in the classroom, an hour practicing skills on the bike in a parking lot environment, and then an hour on a road course. The classes are very popular, and for the most part, they always fill up, at least in the last year. For that reason, since August, the city has kind of doubled down on efforts. We've been offering those classes twice a month and getting a lot of people through that level of education. I'd like to note, too, that in addition to what the city offers, our schools have done a lot of work this year to bring programs in to educate their students. And then also nearby cities like Oceanside, Carlsbad, and partners like the Bike Coalition have been doing a lot to offer many programs. Having a look at some data, I think the standout numbers on the left side of the screen for participant age. We see that ages 12 to 15 are nearly 2/3 of the participants in the classes that we offer. That certainly speaks to the need for students to both, receive education to fulfill requirements for their school permitting, and also that's just a lot of who's out there riding bikes. Also, interesting to see that ages 16 to 18, that number is 3%, so much fewer minors there. Presumably they've received education by that point of some kind, and cars certainly factor in. On the right side of the screen, participant residency. Encinitas is about 2/3 of the participants in our classes, with Carlsbad being the second biggest number. That reflects some of the overlap with our school districts, so a lot of the kids who attend our classes might also live in Carlsbad. We've been working closely with our schools to support their efforts so we can more efficiently and consistently educate our students. This is still very new, and as plans evolve, we're working with our schools to decide what is an appropriate and achievable level of education and the approach to reach all of our elementary school students, and then to reinforce and build upon that for our middle and high schools. Currently, we're working on MOUs with our school districts to define city partnership support of their student education needs relating to bike safety and skills. The structure of that program would be modeled after our school crossing guard program, defining relationships between the city, the schools, and third-party instructors. And the MOU term would align with our fiscal year, which lines up with their school year as well. And that could be amended annually based on school calendars and needs. Want to also note that the city applauds the efforts of Bike Walk Encinitas and the various schools serving Encinitas for encouraging biking and walking. They do so much good work. They're doing things like bow wows and Drive to 5 and just promoting all these programmatic efforts at the schools, so really want to commend them, as well as all of our engaged community who are really supporting a lot of these bike efforts and promoting safety. And the city continues to work with schools to staff contracted crossing guards. That's proved highly effective at school drop-off and pickup times. We are really proud that in November, Encinitas hosted a League of American Bicyclists League Cycling Instructor Certification course. That was November 17th through the 19th. Those classes happen on occasion during the calendar year across the country. This is the first time that a course was held in Encinitas, and that was really a focus and effort to get some locals certified at that highest standard of education so that they can teach classes locally. Really, it comes down to more instructors equals more education, more programs, and more support. Of the class size was 15, so we had a class of 15 full, and of that 15, 7 were locals who are interested in teaching classes locally to support, our expanded education efforts. Also, something interesting, there was a staffer from the California Highway Patrol who's working on some of that AB 1946 education at the state level. So it was neat to see them participating in a program in Encinitas and to make that connection. And also staff are looking into the feasibility of our local instructors hosting a prerequisite course, which is Smart Cycling 101, and then possibly us hosting a second round of that LCI training in 2024. Talking about online programs in existing education, while we're evaluating whatever's out there for online e-bike and bike safety courses that already exist, which the city could promote, while also looking into the possibility of us creating an online safety class in partnership with a partner like the San Diego County Bike Coalition. Looking at what's already out there, the California Highway Patrol online course, that was in response to really a huge increase in use of e-bikes all across the state, and that was the California Highway Patrol working with the governor's administration, the legislature, and key stakeholders to develop that curriculum. That's an online course that has 11 sections that cover topics such as proper gear and equipment, rules of the road and bicycle laws, avoiding hazards, and best practices. Another good course that's out there is the League of American Bicyclists and People for Bikes online course. And that one, it's pretty much a 5-part video series with a test component. So that's one that we're looking at, and if we have the opportunity to make recommendations for improvement, we'll continue to track those. And like I said, something that the city might consider is to invest in curriculum that's really particular to our infrastructure and our needs and kind of, the reality of what we see around here. So that's something that we might work with a partner like the Bike Coalition to develop, and that could be a class that we host and that's available to anyone to participate and use, and also something that could be adapted for use in the classroom or offered as an assembly, so it could be pretty adaptable and useful in that way. So we'll be looking into that in the coming year. I want to give you a legislative look. A couple of assembly bills that we talk a lot about. AB 530, that's Assemblymember Berner's working group for legislation at the state level. So really, the focus there is that the bill would prohibit anyone under age 12 from riding an e-bike. The bill would also require people without a driver's license to pass a written test and carry a state-issued photo ID. And so a group met recently. That was myself and our traffic sergeant and some counterparts from other cities. And so it's the first of a number of meetings to really work on developing that bill. Also another bill, AB 1946, that was a recent bill which really tasked the California Highway Patrol with creating that online curriculum and then continuing work in that area. So certainly the CHP has been involved and will remain involved, and again, any opportunity that we have to connect with them and really, suggest improvements to that content, that's what we'll continue to do. And then we'll always be on the lookout for legislation that changes rules or laws or that provides opportunities to help us move our efforts forward. Additionally, we'll look for funding through grants and partnerships to support education and active transportation infrastructure. like to talk about outreach efforts and resources. Some outreach efforts over the past few months, as Abe mentioned earlier this year, we produced 300 cyclist and driver targeted safety campaign signs. Those are the yard signs that you see around town that promote a message of riding safe and driving safe. There are still some of those of the first batch left. We encourage anyone to pick those up from our lobby over here or in Parks and Recreation. Also, work is in progress to revamp city web content so it's easier to find information about safety, rules and laws, wayfinding, education, and other bike and ped resources. Also, we're currently working on a series of bike safe, drive safe themed videos which share important, useful information for both cyclists and drivers about sharing the roadways, communicating with one another, and making smart and safe choices when encountering various infrastructure. This slide just kind of demonstrates that the city's making a big effort to meet, to listen, and to understand areas of concern and see how and where improvements can be made to make biking and walking safer, more accessible, and enjoyable for all. On this slide, we highlight a large handful of collaborative efforts, and we're grateful for the support of our partners and our community for being so engaged in these efforts. We've already talked tonight about our public bike share program with B-Cycle. That program was launched in January 2022. Currently, we have 25 dock locations and 76 bikes in use. To date, nearly 20,000 rentals and 100,000 miles ridden. Those are the Class 1 e-bikes that you see riding around town. They're always nicely branded and returned to a dock. The locations are convenient, and it's a nimble program where we can move things around so we can really test and evaluate what's working, consider other locations. We've talked about those things, really working to build on the public-private partnerships and see some bike docks in some more locations in the coming year. B-Cycle has proven to be responsive to the desire of the city to have a well-managed, unobtrusive solution to provide fun and healthy transportation to locals and visitors alike. Some things coming up. We're working on our bike safe, drive safe outreach through web and social media and videos as well. We'll look for ways to support efforts to promote biking and walking through campaigns of our own and with partners as well. As I mentioned, we're looking to enter into those MOUs with our schools to support their bicycle safety education needs for the remainder of the school year, and look forward to working with them to plan for next school year. And then also, May 19th, 2024, Ciclovia Encinitas returns. This year, that event moves to May, and we're really excited to just build on a good thing that we've started in the last few years with that event. We'll look to further engage community groups, schools, clubs, businesses to participate with booths, activities, and promotions. And it's always our intent to create activities that promote active transportation and just to encourage people to see the world a little bit differently at a different pace and consider other ways to get around. All right. Also, Outer Spatial mobile app, that's a tool that the city has had for a couple of years that really has a lot built in that we can utilize to promote biking and walking and just getting out and exploring. So we're looking to add things like trail challenges and suggested routes and hikes in 2024. So that'll be fun to work with in that way. Also, like I mentioned, more videos. We're working on an e-bike safety video to launch in early 2024, probably just after the holiday break. And we continue to evaluate, opportunities to build on curriculum. So as I mentioned, things that we might consider, including an online course, also just working with our schools to make sure that, we're supporting them to reach their students and really provide great education for our kids so that they're safe out there riding bikes to school and just anywhere around town. And with that, I'm ready for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Nick. One quick question. When we were at the seminar up in Mountain View, we saw some folks that have technology that quantifies the, bike and pedestrian use. Is there some consideration for adding those devices around town so that we can confirm the anecdotal evidence that we got a lot of bike riders and walkers?
Yeah, it's something that we haven't looked into yet, but I think that's a great idea. Certainly something that we can prioritize for this year.
Maybe, is it something for budget time or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
My recollection is that the cost wasn't very much.
It's really not. Yeah, it's not what you'd think, and it seemed like it was something pretty easy to accomplish.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Also, our bike emergency is scheduled to end at the end of the year, and it is my inclination to go from an emergency, declared emergency, down to a state of urgency, so letting it expire. So to my colleagues, if you have any comments about that, that would be good to, we do have one more agenda before the end of the year that we could maybe get the city manager to extend it if that's the will. So, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Great work, Nick. Thank you. I know you're only one person and you're new, so you've covered a lot here. As we're looking to 2024, aligned with what Mayor Granz was saying about what to look at as you move forward, I know you're really focused on safety, and so far the focus has been sharing the road with vehicles, but we have many opportunities that exist or nearly exist where bicycles could use pathways that aren't roadways, trails, to get from where they live to school. I just think, this could be a low-hanging fruit, so I'm not trying to suggest this is a big thing. But I'm thinking of Ocean Knolls, for instance, and the land behind to the north of Ocean Knolls owned by the school district, currently being addressed as far as environmental open space. There's opportunities to connect through there, maybe from either where the fire station is up on Ballore and Encinitas Boulevard, or where St. John's is. But there's a lot of different kind of quasi public spaces that could connect through that and get people from a very busy intersection through to Ocean Knolls and then on to San Dieguito. And I think about that in terms of, that's not where we would normally think to put bikes, but it gets them away from traffic. And if we can look at it from the perspective of any opportunity we have where there's already some existing land uses that might support an easement to help kids get from point A to point B safely, I think that's a good way to look at that. So those are my comments.
Great. Councilmember Hensy?
Thank you. Yeah, such a bright spot of this year, Nick, is this role and you in this role. So thanks for all your hard work, and thanks to the team that supports the mobility manager and all the infrastructure. And it's so great to have you at our school district liaison committee meetings, because you get to hear right from the school district, and Tony and I get to hear that too, and it's such valuable insight for us. All I wanted to say is that I support your budgetary asks, so I hope that we're able to expand what you can do in the next year. And I look to you to tell us what that is. Some of the ideas that have come to me from the community are, can we be distributing rider safety visibility gear at our events and making sure that kids know how to use it, and their bike lights and reflective strips and things like that. I hope that the reason we don't have more folks who want to become the league certified instructors isn't because we're not paying them. So I do think that it might be valuable to offer trainers a stipend for every class that they teach, so that we can keep them engaged and that there's an incentive for doing it, not just like, oh yeah, I taught twice at the schools and then I never did it again. So if we need some more funding for stipends for those trainers, I support that. I know we already cover the cost of their training, but I think like per class they should be getting some reimbursement. And then I love the idea of investing in Encinitas curriculum for safety, but also because we have the goal of mode shift. And so communicating to students through, talking about their air quality improvement around their school site when they opt to ride instead of drive, or the VMTs that are reduced, and how much action they can take in their daily lives just by mode shifting. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that I'm really glad we moved Ciclovia to May, because hopefully it doesn't rain, because I think we've not had rain yet in January, but it's such a wonderful event. It just brings out the best in the community, and I hope that we can use this event in the future to build every year on our knowledge base and our network and the people that we're inviting to come. So, maybe B-Cycle invites their partners from across the U.S. to come to and attend our event, and we use that opportunity as a city staff to learn from them and see what they notice about our city and what other programs are they doing. But just a time to all gather together and have that sharing of knowledge, I think, is a really great opportunity. And we don't have to pay them to come. They'll want to come to Encinitas. It's so lovely here, and join our beautiful event. So those are my comments, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Following up on that, I would say that, May is a long time to wait. That is kind of the premier Ciclovia. I would love to figure out ways to have satellite events, and it wouldn't even necessarily have to be on a public street, but maybe we could partner with some folks that have some private property that we could, parking lots that we could rope off, so that the one thing I enjoy the most about Ciclovia is seeing the kids just digging it, just going for it on the road, And so more of those events are something that I think would be very beneficial. So Councilmember Blackwell?
Yes, thank you. I do also want to recognize the hard work you've done, and this is a really good presentation. You also came into the role during the emergency declaration period, right? So a lot of fun. But I do have a question about the education. So I had the experience of going to one of the bike safety classes in September. I passed, but there were actually three, I will guess they're about 14-year-olds, that were really not using, they weren't strapping on their helmets, they were really rambunctious, and the instructor said, they weren't going to pass them. But I wasn't really sure, so I've told this story to many people because they want to talk about e-bikes in the community, and I was just want to clarify. So when they fail that class, then they're really not allowed to bring their bike to school. Is that right? It's kind of a prerequisite for most of the middle schools?
Yeah, or that the school would need to get involved at that point and follow up on that behavioral issue that we had. So in the last number of months, it's certainly been more communication between us, our instructors, and the schools. So when we experience behavior in the classes that's like not good for anyone, then we kind of report back to the schools with, the names of students who have passed, and then we can, have conversation about those that didn't, and suggest, additional education, whether that's, attending another class or something that can be addressed at the school. I just want to mention, too, that, the classes that we've been teaching for some time now, really since 2021, going into it then, those were courses that existed that were, that was curriculum intended for an audience who, more adults than kids at that time, but kind of with the assumption that those are people that want to be there and want to participate in that course. And the reality of things now is that, a lot of the participants in our courses are students who have to be there for a reason, whether it's a permit or a diversion program. So sometimes, and it's understandable, at that age when they're teenagers, it's hard to keep their attention, and it's a tough crowd to manage. So really the effort that we're making with the MOUs for the school districts, I think, is a really smart approach, in that it really pivots and it puts the education, I think that they're best suited to tailor the education to the needs of their students. They're the ones that see it every day. They have that direct connect to the students, and also the access to the facilities to offer a good course. So that's kind of a change in direction where it's going. And then what that should do is free up capacity in the classes that the city continues to offer to the general public, so that more adults and others can participate in those programs. So that's probably where it goes from here.
And it's probably not in your job description to make helmet wearing cool again, but if someone can figure that out,
I think it's becoming less uncool. I think that really the Sheriff's Department has been speaking to that lately, that really a lot of the efforts that we're making, we're seeing better behavior, better compliance out there. definitely seeing a lot more kids and just people of all ages wearing helmets and really starting to understand, how important that is. So it's great to see that change. Hope it becomes the cool thing to do. Got to fix the helmet hair problem, but
Okay, thank you so much.
Some people don't have that problem.
not me.
Right. That is Councilmember Ehlers.
So I'll keep it quick. Thank you. I want to build on something that Councilmember Lyons talked about, adding additional paths that are not necessarily traditional road paths. And so I want to bring up the modal alternative, the map update. We passed it in February of 23 and said we'd bring it back this year. And I think that is exactly the place where that kind of trail should be identified and prioritized. And there are probably others. I think the ones that are under the power lines in New Encinitas are another car-free, very safe way to transit. And they're probably even heading south of Encinitas Boulevard, some opportunities there under the power lines. But it would require some additional right-of-way or easement, or I don't know what, but sure would be good to get that into the map. I always think of how the Trails Master Plan has helped us over the last 22 years getting trails connected. And if we didn't have that really well thought through, repeatedly reviewed document, we wouldn't have gotten there. So I would encourage that we both for the mayor, that we agendize that early next year and talk about how do we get these trails in there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Great.
that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. I too want to applaud the efforts that you've made, Nick. It was kind of serendipitous. We, had been advocating for the position, and you seem the right person. Hopefully the engineers and planners are not treating you disrespectfully because you come out of the Parks and Rec Department, but in the meantime, hopefully you're all collaborating because the work that you're doing is very important. We heard the public comment about painting it green, and I think that really does make a big difference, and it's something that I hope we can continue. I think overall, we've made a lot of progress, and it's because of the hard work of staff, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to do it. It's really great work, and it's important work that we're doing.
Yeah, the educational progress was very impressive. I actually enjoyed seeing the fact that, surrounding jurisdictions are taking advantage of the programs. So all good stuff and a lot more work to be done. So keep positive, please. We're going to continue to task you with more stuff. So thank you all very much. With that, I think we're wrapped up. We have councilmember reports pursuant to AB 1234.
Nothing to report.
Kind of disappointing. There was the issue of some software that hasn't been working right for the South Bay Expressway, so a bunch of tolls that were not being accounted for properly. So we're trying to the agency is trying to deal with accounting for that. I think they've done a fairly decent job of manually accounting for it, but there's now going to be a transition from the software provider. It's called it's a back office software, and there'll be a new contract what happens with the old contractor and whether the liquidated damages will be collected is yet to be determined, but it's a multi-million-dollar contract that has been ongoing for 7 years, and it's still not working right. So, big bummer. The good news is that the agency, we appointed an interim executive director. I think everybody knows Hassan Akrada, who's been there the last 5 years, is resigning or retiring. And we have appointed as the interim his deputy, Colleen Clemenson, who has been with Sandag for quite some time. And I think will do a really good job of making sure that the agency continues to function and addresses some of these issues that we just have been recently discovering. So that's good. I also attended a Santa Leo Joint Powers Authority meeting on Tuesday that we had several reports related to capital projects and other things, timelines for that. Nothing exciting to report from that. City manager reports? No report. City attorney reports?
No report, Mr. Mayor.
City clerk reports?
Just that we are in the middle of our annual recruitment for our boards and commissions. Those applications are available online. Various places. You can go to the news section of the website, the boards and commissions page on the website, and if they have any questions, they can contact the city clerk's office.
And it was such a pleasure, Kathy, to see you at the holiday parade doing recruitment while you were hitting the pavement.
That was a recommendation from the Equity Committee to do recruitment at city events.
Excellent. And I hear there is a Health and Safety Commission meeting.
Yes, the first Public Health and Safety Commission meeting will be this Monday at 4 p.m.
Okay, very good.
Who's staffing that commission, may I ask?
So at the first meeting, there will be several people at the meeting, but it will be Lois Young who will be staffing.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you all for your efforts. We're adjourned.